Chapter 11. Death Valley marked a turning point for the Manson family. It is not easy to make sense of what happened there. I can only describe my own experience of it. But I do believe that coming to the desert stamped the fate of the family, and subsequently, the fate of its victims. After living on the fringes of suburban Los Angeles, the solitude was a welcome change. The great expansiveness of the desert, honed by the silence, deepened the rapport we shared as a family and also sharpened individual awareness. Within the magnitude of miraculous skies and limitless vistas, I felt closer to myself. Nearly every day I climbed the mountain above the ranch before dawn to watch the sunrise beyond the Amargosa Range. I took a small thermos of coffee and something to nibble on, a donut or a piece of toast. Usually I had no more than sat down when the sun would appear like a great splintered gem blazing against the pinnacles and minarets of the Panamints. In the beginning, life at Barker's strengthened our bond. We played nightly and our music got better. We began teaching the girls to sing harmony. Though Charlie was always the lead vocalist, everyone got involved in the music. Brooks and Clem played the guitar. When Bobby was around, he played too and sang background. I alternated playing the horn and the flute. We spent hours practicing, refining old songs, writing new ones, rearranging melodies. Some of my fondest memories are of afternoons we spent under the cottonwoods, surrounded by the mountains, singing. A natural cathedral, sculptured out of granite and sandstone. Nothing brings people closer together than their own voices and song. And our music, at least for a while, was good. Charlie was certain we would eventually be recorded by a major record company, that our songs, like those of the Beatles, the soul, would be an inspiration to what he called the young love, the youth of America. When we weren't singing or working around the ranch, we took small expeditions into the mountains and down the ravines, exploring the interminable maze of grottos, fissures, passageways, and deep, winding canyons. At night, we often hiked up to the Myers Ranch and built a fire before gathering around to listen to Charlie rap. More and more he preached that there were no leaders, no rules, and that all we needed was to submit to the cosmic vibrations around us. Charlie sat in front of the fire with his legs crossed in front of him. He was often clad in Levi's, a plaid shirt, and heavy wool socks, his hair invariably curling around his head in tiny ringlets. "Here we have no leaders," he said. "I'm not the leader. How can I be the leader when I have to wipe your asses and get you a blanket? The leader is the slowest one among us. The slowest is always the leader, 'cause we have to wait for him. He sets the pace. Pooh Bear and Zizos are the leaders, dig, 'cause they got us waiting on them. And that's the way it should be. For now, 'cause they can teach us. They can teach us not to think and to do what we feel and be on the point of what love is." During the first month, we all felt good. Somehow, the very act of coming to the desert as a family was proof of a certain destiny. There was a genuine grandeur about it which gave us a sense of our own grandeur. It seemed that all our preparation and programming had been for a reason. We saw the desert as a reward, It was like coming to a new land, a new planet. It seemed inevitable, and somehow it validated Charlie even more. Like many spiritual leaders, he had led his followers to the desert. It seemed right. We had been through some of the heaviest group therapy sessions imaginable. We had worked for months at submitting, letting go, shedding our egos. It had not been easy. These sessions continued in Death Valley, where the atmosphere was even more intense than at Spawn's. At Barker's, we had little outside influence. No tourists, no wranglers, no machines. With infinity so close at hand, it was easier to give yourself. Submit to love, Charlie said. It was an alternative we didn't have to ponder. Certainly, what we had come from as children was not all love. It was confusion, greed, pollution, and media programming. It was mass follow the leader since grade 1. It was, and in most respects still is, mechanized, impersonal, decadent, spiritually impoverished. But we had come to the desert with Charlie. We had prepared, and it had come to pass. A family of 25, most of us from greater Los Angeles, products of the middle or upper middle class, sons and daughters of well-to-do and respected pillars of the American nightmare, 25 survivors from the bowels of the inferno, standing before a battered, twisted, high-powered ex-convict under the scorching sun of a timeless desert, looking for love. It was insane, yet it was a fact. No sense makes sense. Certainly I had doubts. We all did. But man always feels doubt. In the face of the cosmos and his own glaring imperfections, what else can he feel? Our initial euphoria, however, was short-lived. Gradually, things on a spiritual level began to degenerate. The group sex sessions became more strained and self-conscious. The very fact of being in the desert, where we anticipated such good results, made it worse. We all wanted so much to make it that we created further anxiety. Brooks, for example, just couldn't function. At Spawn's, he could always go down to the corral, and his absence wasn't conspicuous. But at Barker's, there was nowhere to hide. He had to take part in the sessions. It made him so overwrought at times that he'd roll up into a fetal position and just lie there, quivering. One morning, he and I were standing by the woodpile talking. I was about to reply to a question he'd asked when suddenly his eyes rolled back in his head and his body stiffened. Seconds later, he dropped, face down and rigid, like a felled timber, striking his forehead against a log. Blood gushed from the wound, and Brooks didn't utter a sound. I thought for an instant that he might have put his lights out for good. But he finally managed to stagger to his feet, and within a couple of hours was back at work, chopping wood. Letting go of the ego, to Brooks, was literally like dying. Perhaps on an unconscious level, being in Death Valley made this death even stronger. Since there was no shit to shovel at Barker's, he assumed another discontent chore, chopping wood. From the day we arrived till the day we left, he was always at the woodpile, chopping and stacking logs. Another problem was supplies. It soon became apparent that, with so many people to feed, it was hard to keep enough food on hand. Charlie was continually sending contingents to Las Vegas or LA to buy supplies and to bring back vehicles. 2 days after our arrival, we sent someone down to bring back Juanita's camper. The following week, Bobby Beausoleil showed up with a girlfriend called Sweet Cindy. Each drove a run-down Dodge Power Wagon, donations to the family. By the end of the first month, we had 4 vehicles. The bus, Juanita's van, which we soon traded for a 4-wheel drive Jeep Scout, and the 2 power wagons. With so many expeditions to and from Barker's, we needed all the transportation we could get. While everyone professed to love the desert, partly to please Charlie, it became clear that many were getting bored. Even Charlie seemed listless and irritable, and contented himself much of the time with lounging about in a hammock he had strung up behind the ranch house. In retrospect, I see it as a time of profound transformation. While Charlie appeared languid during the day, his nightly raps were invariably animated and inspired, their intensity augmented, it seemed, by the silence, the cold, and the intimacy we shared while huddled around the fire. Like everything, there was a paradox. In one sense, Charlie became our source of entertainment. The longer we stayed in the desert, divorced from outside stimuli, the more convincing he became. The more we submitted. He had always preached the virtues of doing nothing. In time, we fell into a tempo of doing just that. A limbo. We became as vacant as our surroundings. At night, we sat around the fire watching him. There were moments when he seemed almost demonic, pacing like a caged predator before the flames, his hair long and scraggly, his eyes bright. Perhaps by submitting so totally, we were trapping Charlie in a vacuum of his own creation. In the absence of everything, he became everything. Wind, sand, sun, the cosmos itself. Yet without feedback, he was completely alone. He continued to proclaim the beauty of the family. That we were all beautiful spiritually. That we had been guided to the desert to preserve that beauty and to strengthen ourselves for what was to come. There was a destiny at work which would see to it that our purpose was filled. The desert, he said, would further purify our love and our bond, but at the same time would make us more vulnerable to evil. Society, he insisted, feared love and purity. It's like that cat, Billy Budd. He was beautiful, but his love was too pure, and they snuffed him. If we were to survive the viciousness of the outside world and retain our purity, Charlie said we had to remain alert, stay hidden. I didn't really appreciate Charlie's application of this notion until one afternoon I hiked down Goler Canyon toward the halfway house and came upon Snake cowering beneath an outcropping of granite, with her hands over her eyes and a feather in her hair. She looked up at me when she heard me approaching. "Duck down, Paul." "What's going on, Snake?" I knelt beside her. "They might see you," she said, pulling me toward her out of the light. "Huh? Who might?" I looked around, then at her. Her red hair was pulled over her face. She looked like a frightened child. "The radar." "What radar?" She pointed to the sky. "If they find me, Charlie said they'd kill me. He said I was too beautiful and that they wouldn't let me live. Who's they? The people. It took me more than half an hour to coax her out of hiding and get her back up to the ranch. While the incident struck me as absurdly comical at the time, I realized that Snake was genuinely frightened. The next day, she seemed in control once again, and I didn't think much of it. Snake was always a tough one, resilient both emotionally and physically. I figured Charlie was just bored and trying to amuse himself at her expense. But what was happening became clear to me in retrospect. Charlie was playing his games of fear manipulation, the same number he had tried to put on me. Once Charlie had instilled fear in someone, he devised a mechanism that triggered that individual's fear. Then he used it to control that person and to titillate his own demonic power fantasies. I saw even more dramatic evidence of this a short time later, this time with Squeaky. It happened one afternoon when Charlie and I took Brenda and Squeaky up to the Myers Ranch to make love before dinner. It was windy, and the sand blew down the ravine and against the ranch house, sounding like rain. I was on one side of the fireplace with Brenda, and Charlie and Squeaky were a few feet away. They had just finished making love when Squeaky started to moan and convulse on the floor as if she were going into an epileptic seizure. I flashed immediately on the freak-out scene at Spawn's when she had gone berserk in the woodpile. I was curious to see how Charlie would handle it. "Charlie, Charlie," she whimpered. Charlie straddled her and grabbed her wrists. "Okay, Lynn," he panted. "It's okay. Just tighten your fingers. If they want to tighten up like that, go on and tighten them. Tight as you want. Go on, tighten them good. Yeah, tighter. Tighter. Come on, tight as you can." Lynn's face was flushed and contorted. Her breath came in short, wheezing gasps as she tightened her fists, still whimpering, her head thrashing from side to side. "Okay now," he grunted. "Just relax them. Just a little. Yeah." The instant she began to relax, he told her to tighten them again. "Good. Now relax. Tighten. Relax. Tighten. Good, Lynn. Relax. Tighten." By alternating commands, he was gradually able to calm her down and work her out of the convulsions. Then he had her follow the motions he was making with his hands, until finally they both moved like one person. There's no doubt in my mind that Charlie had the knowledge to deprogram Lynn of that condition, but he chose not to, preferring instead to maintain control over that mechanism, thus placing Squeaky in a position of complete dependence on him. Seeing this, I was later able to understand the desperation she had experienced during the freakout, when it became clear that Charlie, literally her savior, was in some respects more dependent on her than she was on him. I was also able to understand, for the first time, why no one but Charlie made love with Squeaky. 2 months passed. The games continued. Games of concentration, submitting to the motion, letting go. I'd been in the family half a year, and Charlie was still testing people's loyalties, manipulating their fears. Near the end of November, he put me through another test. It happened when Bobby Beausoleil came to the ranch with sweet Cindy. Cindy was 18 and extremely attractive, with reddish blonde hair and a curvaceous, compact body. Her large green eyes looked like a pair of Koh-i-Noor diamonds. It was clear from the onset that she was not going for Charlie's rap, and this was unusual. Generally, when Charlie laid his trip on a visitor, the person would wind up agreeing with him wholeheartedly. With 25 other people agreeing, it was hard to do otherwise. It got to be automatic. We'd all joke about how long it would take for the visitor to fall into the hole, meaning to accept Charlie's trip without reservation. Hole in this case meant a hole in the infinite. It also had the connotation of whole, W-H-O-L-E. Ironically, it had never occurred to us that falling into a hole could be considered a misfortune. Cindy wanted to return to LA almost at once, but both power wagons needed repairs, and there were no other vehicles available. It was obvious that Bobby wanted to split too. Finally, Charlie got pissed off and said someone should walk them both to Ballarat, where they could catch a ride back to LA. He looked at me, which meant I was to volunteer. It was nearly 25 miles to Ballarat from the ranch, and it was already late afternoon and getting cold. There was a pregnant silence while Charlie waited for my response. He knew I would go. My position in the family was again being tested. Bobby and Cindy had no idea what we were in for, but I did, and so did Charlie. The hike through Goler Canyon took about 3 hours. We reached the plateau at the foot of the wash and stopped to rest. It was dark, the night crisp, clear, and biting cold. Cindy pulled on a pair of wool mittens and zipped up her parka. Her hair was tucked inside a faded navy blue sailor's cap. Bobby and I wore army jackets and cowboy boots, but they didn't begin to keep out the cold. "Jesus," he exclaimed. "It's freezing up here." Yeah, it's a bitch," I concurred, trying to decide whether or not we should even try walking out. And I looked at Cindy and she smiled. I could sense her relief to be on her way home. "How far is it from here?" she chirped cheerily. "A long way. Let's get going." We set out at a good pace, 3 abreast, along the valley floor, talking little to conserve our energy. The soberness of my attitude seemed to rub off. They knew we were not in for an easy time of it. A chilling wind banked off the canyon and funneled in at our backs. More stars appeared. It got colder, and gradually Cindy fell behind. We waited for her, then took off again, swinging our arms to keep the circulation active. Again, she dropped behind, and we waited. "Come on, Cindy," I urged. "It's cold standing still. You have to keep up." "Sorry," she gasped. "How much further is it?" "We just started." I gave them a swig of water and we proceeded. Within 20 minutes, Cindy was 50 yards behind us. Bobby was getting pissed off. We waited, leaning against a rock, beating our shoulders with our hands. "Hurry it up, damn it!" he shouted when she came within hearing range. "I have to rest," she panted. "God, I'm not used to this." "Look," I said, We'll slow it up and walk at your pace. The main thing is we stay together. How fast do you want to go? We started off. Come on, you set the pace, Cindy, and we'll stay together. For the next 2 hours, we maintained slow but steady time along the alluvial fan, our feet crunching against the scree-encrusted floor of the valley or sinking intermittently into the softer sand. We'd covered about a third of the distance when an ass-kicking wind boomed out of the canyon, flinging up sand and blotting out the sky. It was ice cold, howling like some demented being. We clung together with our arms across our faces and pushed on. I don't know how much farther I can go, Cindy whimpered. You'll make it, I told her. A short time later, she slumped to her knees. I just have to rest. Can't we please rest? Bobby and I pulled her to her feet. Her teeth were chattering. Her arms hung limply at her sides. I rubbed her arms, but my own hands were so numb I could hardly feel sensation in them. How fucking cold is it, you think? Bobby marked time with his feet, keeping his head down to protect his eyes from the swirling sand. Come on, Cindy. You can make it. Just keep moving. I pushed her into motion. Just 1 foot at a time. We'll get there. We moved on. My hands and feet were completely numb. As we walked, I began to experience my own fatigue, and when Cindy again lagged behind, I gave up trying to hold on to her. Within an hour, we had all separated and were walking single file. Me, then Bobby, and finally Cindy. At a bend in the valley, I turned around and looked behind me. I could barely make out Bobby's form against the desert floor. I lay down on a flat rock to rest, putting my hands to my face. Then I sat up quickly and began clapping my hands together while kicking one foot against the other. When the wind churned up again, I lay down on the rock and closed my eyes. For several minutes, I lay there shivering, my flesh icy, the rock digging into my body. Unconsciously, I began muttering to myself, "This just isn't worth it. I might as well just hang it up. Let it go." The more I talked, realizing it was a game I was playing with myself, the more relaxed I became. The more I submitted to the cold. Submission is a gift, I chuckled to myself. The rock seemed softer. My body began to warm up. It was as though someone had opened me up and poured hot honey rum into my veins. I felt the presence of death like a warm, blissful whisper, as though the cold, hard night had turned into a caress. Charlie had rapped about death being nothing more than a release to love, and that's how I felt. Yet I was using that state to restore my own energy. I knew I would not fall asleep. What prompted me to move was the appearance of Bobby and Cindy. Instinctively and without a word, I got to my feet, and we continued our trek to Ballarat. On the outskirts of town, we built a fire inside a deserted miner shack and watched the sun come up. Chapter 12. The subtlety of bizarre changes in the family was hard to determine, since everyone pretty much went along with Charlie. Still, the focus and cohesiveness of the scene had disintegrated. Most of the family simply weren't ready for the utter solitude at Barker's. Charlie's own detachment was obvious. One night during a rap, he paused in the middle of a sentence and stared straight ahead as though addressing a presence above our heads. "I came to you," he said softly, his face wearing a distracted expression. "As a deer in the forest, I came to you with wonder in my eyes and love in my heart for you. For you were man and you were God, and I could see it. I came to you with love, and you slaughtered me." Though it didn't register consciously at the time, his statement was a prophetic one. It was the first sign that the flower child in Charlie Manson was dying, wilting away in Death Valley by day, freezing by night. Maybe the scorpion had returned to the Valley of Death, where he belonged. Then, all at once, things changed dramatically. Charlie returned from LA and a meeting with Dennis Wilson and Greg Jacobson to discuss the chance of our recording an album. He appeared agitated yet enthusiastic. He said there was more violence in the city, that the blacks were on the verge of a full-scale revolution. "It's just a matter of time," he declared. "The shit's gonna come down. It's gonna come down hard." What was different, however, was Charlie's attitude. Instead of advocating passive resistance, instead of seeking to remain aloof from the impending conflict, he began speaking of the family's role in it. "What we need to do is program the young love to split. When the scene comes down, they're gonna need someplace to go. Well, we got that place. We're here, and we can show the young love where to come. And we can show them with music." Suddenly, we were no longer coming from nowhere and going nowhere, with nothing to do but make love. Now we had a purpose. The timing was perfect. As things had started to fragment on one level, Charlie, perhaps unwittingly, had shifted gears, jolting us out of our passivity and indolence into an attitude of action. We had a responsibility to the real world. What we had worked to achieve at Spawns, a level of psychic and spiritual freedom, a oneness, would be communicated to others. Since we had all tasted of city corruption and violence, we saw a virtue in leading the young love away from it. That's why we had come to the desert. The more Charlie talked about it, the more convincing it appeared. I began flashing on the article about the cop who shot the 16-year-old black kid. I recalled what had happened in Watts, and I remembered the rap of black Muslims in San Francisco. It hadn't been a year since Martin Luther King was gunned down. Each time I went to LA from the desert to get supplies, I found myself scrutinizing the faces of blacks in the streets, looking for signs of discontent. Charlie had programmed us to see it, and we did. It's easy to project emotion into faces on the streets, particularly if that emotion is supposedly seething beneath the surface. Living in the desert, away from the frenetic pace of cities, only magnified our preconceptions and forebodings. Perhaps what Charlie saw in the faces of the blacks was the emerging unconscious violence of his own psyche. I'm not sure. But invariably, people came back to Barker's muttering, "Shit's coming down, man. Yeah, it won't be long now." It got colder. Thanksgiving came, and we had a huge meal around the fire at the Myers Ranch. The next day, it snowed. Brooks Poston chopped wood. So did I. In early December, the weather drove us together in huddling, cuddling groups. To sleep, we packed side by side like sardines under blankets and sleeping bags. Bodily friction was no longer a luxury. Only Charlie's raps fired the air. Bundled in sweaters and a parka, he clomped the floor at night in his motorcycle boots. His hands thrust into the pockets of his jacket, his words crisp against the cold, his respiration visible white puffs. But he no longer looked like the inspired, soft-spoken guru, but like a general briefing his troops before battle. Now there was structure to what he preached. Everything that had seemed so nebulous before now had direction. Our songs reflected the change. It's time to call time from behind you. The illusion has been just a dream. The valley of death, and I'll find you. Now is when on a sunshine beam. So bring only your perfection, for their love will surely be. No pain, no fear, no hunger. You can see, you can see, you can see. Naively, perhaps, we all thought Charlie was right, that we had a duty and that everything we had worked for could now be applied to our music. I've often wished we had recorded some of the sessions we did at the Barker Ranch at the base of the mountains. We worked hard, hours and hours, and it showed. As a professional musician, I could say without reservation that what we were doing was as good as, and in most cases better than, some of the top-selling records of the day. Though Charlie had spoken to us of violence, the violence of the revolution, there was never any talk of us doing anything but music. We had yet to hear the words helter-skelter. In mid-December, Charlie sent out 2 contingents from the ranch, one to Sacramento, one to Los Angeles. The Sacramento group, which included Tex, Sadie, TJ, Katie, Stephanie, Ella, and Leslie Van Houten, went to buy Zuzus from a candy connection on the outskirts of the city. We were all pretty much addicted to Zuzus, and Charlie wanted an excuse to put the bus on the road again. He didn't like leaving it parked unattended at the foot of the wash. Meanwhile, I was to take Snake and Gypsy with me to Los Angeles to buy supplies and go to Spawn's, where Gypsy would take over George duty for Juanita. After that, we were to rendezvous with the candy trip in Malibu. The first night in L.A., I went with Snake and Juanita to Westwood Village to see the Beatles' film, The Yellow Submarine. Afterward, we visited a friend of Charlie's in Topanga Canyon, who asked if we'd heard the Beatles' White Album, released just days before. When we said no, he played it for us. The following morning, I called Charlie, and he said to come back by way of Vegas and to trade in Juanita's van for a Jeep, which we eventually did. By the time we finally got back to Barker's, Charlie had gone to L.A. to meet the Candy Run. He, too, spent the night in Topanga and heard the White Album. After that, things were never the same. 2 days later, Charlie drove the bus back from L.A., not wanting to leave it at the foot from Goler Wash. he decided to bring it all the way to Barker's by taking a back road on the far side of Death Valley through Shoshone and Furnace Creek, and then down a horrendous, twisting, rock-strewn gorge. By the time he arrived, the bus was a wreck. The outside dual tires and the mufflers had been ripped to shreds, gouged by the rocks. The interior was also torn up by a cord of wood that had broken loose and had battered everything. It sounded like a tractor as Charlie drove it behind the ranch house and parked. It was New Year's Eve, 1968, and colder, TJ quipped, than a dead celibate's nuts. But Charlie was fired up. The White Album had turned his head around. That night, we all hiked up to the Myers place and built a roaring fire. Everyone was back. We had a full supply of food, candy, beverages, and enough wood to keep the fire stoked and blazing. Charlie was completely energized. His mood charged everyone. It was like a ritual gathering of some desert tribe to make New Year's resolutions. A ceremony before the fire. The flames reflected in Charlie's eyes as he spoke. Are you hip to what the Beatles are saying? Dig it. They're telling it like it is. They know what's happening in the city. Blackie is getting ready. They put the revolution to music. It's Helter Skelter. Helter Skelter is coming down. Hey, their album's getting the young love ready, man. Building up steam. Our album is going to pop the cork right out the bottle. 2 days later, Charlie and TJ split for Los Angeles to try to negotiate with Dennis and Greg Jacobson. Greg was married to the daughter of one-time comedian Lou Costello and had some good contacts in the record business. He had met Charlie in May of 1968 and had always encouraged him with his music. Charlie didn't need much encouragement. By that time, he was determined to get our album on the market. Charlie's burst of energy seemed to revitalize everyone from the stupor of winter cold. While he was gone, we all listened to the album over and over, particularly to 5 songs: Blackbird, Piggies, Revolution 1, Revolution 9, and Helter Skelter. Sitting high in the Panamints around the fire, the songs did seem strangely prophetic. We listened to Helter Skelter, to the discord and caterwauling of Revolution 9, which ends with machine guns firing and people screaming in agony as though it were the end of the world. Indeed, at that point, Charlie's credibility seemed indisputable. For weeks, he had been talking of revolution, prophesizing it. We had listened to him rap. We were geared for it, making music to program the young love. Then, from across the Atlantic, the hottest music group in the world substantiates Charlie with an album which is almost blood-curdling in its depiction of violence. It was uncanny. By then, we had all made some uncanny discoveries together. Journeys to inner worlds, to planes of consciousness, to the great wilderness of Death Valley. We had submitted to wilderness within ourselves. We had experienced ego deaths. We had watched each other letting go, submitting to fear, releasing to the love which was Charlie, few of us doubted Charlie's power. He had alluded often to his being a spiritual medium, a hole in the infinite, a latter-day Jesus Christ. Why not? On the eve of the new year, 1969, the rest of the world seemed no less insane. From the day I joined the family, Charlie referred to the Beatles as the soul, and later even called them part of the whole in the infinite. Certainly the group had affected and directed to some extent the early family philosophy. Their album, Magical Mystery Tour, set the tempo of our entire trip during the early days. The idea that life is what you make it, that you're free to be what you are so long as you submit to the forces inside you. Turn off your mind, relax, and float downstream. Charlie believed in the Beatles, and we believed in Charlie. By the time the White Album was released with Helter Skelter, both Charlie and the Beatles had been more than validated in our minds. Around the 10th of January, TJ returned from LA in the Jeep. I was working with Brooks and Clem, stacking wood alongside the ranch house. We watched TJ park the Jeep and hike up the trail, his head warmed by a snow-white stocking cap, his newly grown beard billowing out from his face like a swarm of bees. He was out of breath by the time he reached us. "Charlie says we should all come to LA," he announced, trying to catch his breath. "He's got a place in Canoga Park where we can stay." TJ looked at me. "He says you should pick someone to watch this place and for the rest of us to boogie on down there today." He fumbled for a cigarette in his shirt pocket, then extracted it from the package with his lips. "Motherfucker, it's cold," he muttered, offering us a smoke. He struck the match and cupped his hands around the flame. "Charlie says we gotta get closer to the action for a while. Hey, the shit is really coming down. Charlie says he's got a deal lined up with some guy named Melcher." By 3 that afternoon, we were packed and on our way. All but Brooks and Juanita, whom I asked to stay at Barker's to keep an eye on things. With the big bus out of commission, we took one of the Dodge Power Wagons and an old vintage pickup we had acquired from someone in Las Vegas. At 10 that night, we pulled into Los Angeles and drove to the house Charlie had rented. The family's new residence was a 2-story house at 209-10 Gresham Street in Canoga Park, just 2 blocks from the DeSoto Plaza and Junior's Market, and less than 20 miles away from Spawn's. Suburbia. A tree-laden middle-class neighborhood full of kids, tricycles, and dogs. Mellow enough when compared to LA proper, but hectic after living in the desert. But it was warm. No one complained about that. The house, made of stucco and redwood, had been painted a bright canary yellow. It was bigger than Barker's, 4 bedrooms, a spacious kitchen, a small dining area, and a huge living room set off by a concave brick fireplace. And sat on a good chunk of land, most of it in the back and all of it lush with pepper and eucalyptus trees. The front yard was divided by a walkway leading to the porch, which bisected a dichondra and crabgrass lawn. 2 full-grown pepper trees graced the front yard with swaying branches and clusters of dried leaves. To the right of the house was a large 2-car garage, and in the back, an empty tool shed. Charlie had immediately dubbed the place the Yellow Submarine. From there, he said, we would remain submerged beneath the awareness of the outside world while working on our music. Things got more intense. Charlie's raps became more elaborate and graphic. You know what's going to happen one of these nights? The blacks from Watts are going to break into the houses of some rich white piggies in Beverly Hills and start wasting them. You know, and it ain't going to be very pretty. Like, they'll be vicious. They'll chop them up and mutilate them and fling blood around. Then Whitey is going to retaliate. He'll go into the ghetto and start shooting blacks. I can see it happening. Then Blackie will go on TV and appeal to the government. Hey, look what you've done to my people. And the war's going to start, man. It's going to be worse than any war this country ever knew. 'Cause it's going to be here. On these streets, in these cities, and it's going to come down hard. It's going to be a war between Whitey and the Uncle Tom niggers. For keeps. 'Cause this war has been a long time coming. The slaves are going to have their day. But dig it. The smart ones will be the Muslims. 'Cause while the shit's coming down, they'll be hiding in their basements with all kinds of weapons and strategies, and when the time is right, they'll come out and finish off what's left of Whitey. That's why we got to get our scene together and get back to the desert. We gotta be ready, he said, to save the babies. There are gonna be lots of homeless babies from this, and we gotta take them with us. So we're gonna need vehicles to transport people. Dune buggies, motorcycles, and good maps. The more he rapped, the more we sensed impending holocaust. I remember sitting in the living room beside Snake and Clem and looked out the window, wondering if the violence would reach us. We listened to the White Album for hours, to Revolution 9, the gunfire and the screaming. It gave me chills. Meanwhile, we practiced our own music for hours, wrote new songs to operate beneath the level of people's awareness, and programmed those who were one in their minds to come to the desert. Everyone who was a one is looking for the last door. So if you're a one, my friend, you don't need to look anymore. And everyone who is a two knows there's nowhere else to go. So let's get on down that road, my friend. Let it go, let it go, let it go. The more Charlie talked about revolution, the more we agreed. We had been conditioned to agree, to accept and submit. We had also learned that often just agreeing was enough. That if Charlie saw you were willing to experience something, it would not be necessary to actually doing it. At times I felt Charlie was merely testing us, gauging our reaction to his gory descriptions. Later, when he started talking about mounting machine guns on the roll bars of our dune buggies to defend ourselves against the pigs. While the guys drive, the girls can man the machine guns. It sounded pretty far-fetched, and I felt often that he was playing games. When people said, "Yeah, sure, Charlie, far out," subconsciously they were playing the old games without really digesting what he said. Yet they agreed. It may well be that in time, with so many people going for his rap, Charlie became a victim of his own imagination. Perhaps the power of all that agreement created a reality until ultimately he really believed he was destined to engineer a race war. One day in mid-February, around 10 a.m., Charlie asked me to ride up to Spawn's with him in the Jeep. I grabbed a handful of plums from a bowl in the kitchen and followed him out to the car. We drove to the end of Gresham Street and turned left on Varial, then took the back road over to Topanga Canyon and proceeded north. It was cloudy and overcast, but Charlie seemed as loquacious as ever. I want to see how things are shaping up at Spawn's. Talk to Juan and get a little scene going out there again. I'd like you to bullshit with George while I look around. Sure. When we passed Devonshire, then crossed the intersection at Chatsworth, Charlie pointed to a black guy on the sidewalk with a white girl. They were holding hands. Dig it, man. That's why Blackie's been so pacified. Still got a handle on Whitey's women. He's up in Haight-Ashbury now, raping the young love, expending all his energy. But now that the young love is starting to split, he's gonna get real frustrated, you know? And that's when he's gonna blow it. Just before we reached the foothills, Charlie stopped at a liquor store and ran inside to buy some donuts. He was already eating one when he climbed back into the Jeep and handed me the package. I took a donut as he brodied out onto the highway, then turned onto Santa Susana Pass Road. It was good to be out of the congestion, though Spawn's is just 5 minutes away from the business district of the San Fernando Valley, about 8 miles off the freeway. It lies in the foothills and gives the illusion of total isolation. We wound along the base of the foothills, past the railroad tracks, then accelerated up the hill toward the curve where Clem and I, months before, had totaled Dennis's Ferrari. "Hey, man," Charlie said after a long silence. "Speaking of young love, how about you hustle some new blood? You know, maybe enroll in that high school. I see some fine-looking girls walking to school in the morning. Can you dig that?" "Sure, why not? Maybe I could get my diploma." Charlie chuckled. "Yeah, get educated. Study the mystery of history and the rammies jammies. And in the meantime, we'll call it the in-between time. Then, on the other hand, of course, you have a ring." Charlie looked down at his left hand, the middle finger of which sported a turquoise ring. "Now," he went on, "take the toad's toenail. Pretty, ain't it? Bleep bleep, right in a Jeep." We turned in at Spawn's and drove alongside the saloon and parked. Tommy Thomas emerged from under the building, barking, and Charlie stooped to pat him. Moments later, Randy swaggered out of the barn, and when Charlie shouted, Randy waved back and smiled. "Look, he's grinning," Charlie said through his teeth, still grinning. "Must have taken a good shit for himself." "What's happening, Shorty?" I greeted Shorty Shea as he came out of the tack room behind us, carrying a saddle and a handful of bridles. "Not much." "Howdy, Charlie. Where you guys been?" "Oh yeah, Death Valley. Squeaky says it's nice out there." "Colder than a well digger's ass at night," Charlie quipped. "I bet." Shorty gave Charlie a long, expressionless look, then hoisted the saddle to his shoulder and, with a grunt, "Gotta get these horses saddled and ready to go." He ambled off toward the corral, where Larry and Juan Flynn were saddling mounts for a gang of tourists. Juan had moved back to Spawn's to work full-time for George as a wrangler. He showed up on occasion at Gresham Street, but infrequently. Juan was one of the first to start drifting away from Charlie's orbit. Charlie sensed this and wanted to find out why. Charlie slapped a fly at his cheek. Same old shit. Gotta submit to these poop butt motherfucking flies. Go on up and check George out, will you, Paul? I want to look around a bit. Then I'll be up there. I called Tommy Thomas, and he trotted ahead of me up to George's house. I knocked, and the bell sounded. Come in, he shouted. I'm blind as a bat. Can't see a thing. I went inside and sat down at the table next to George. Gypsy winked from across the room. She was doing the breakfast dishes. I asked George how things were going, and he told me that a few months back Charlie had given him the money to pay the taxes. Money the family had gotten from Juanita. But the government wanted more all the time. Hell, if it keeps up, I'm gonna have to sell this place off. If it wasn't for Ruby Pearl, nothing would get done. What happened to Dodie? Hell, they come and got her. Dragged her off to some funny farm up north. Damn shame is what it is. She never done anything to hurt anybody. Who you got living in the back ranch house? Some fella and a gal and a baby. Fella says he's James Dean's brother. Damned if I know. But they're okay. They pay right up. A few minutes later, Charlie came in. Gypsy poured us all coffee, and Charlie bullshitted with George about the business of running a ranch. Soon, Charlie was cracking jokes, and both he and George were laughing uproariously. Damn, Charlie gasped. All that laughing makes me fart, George. Nothing wrong with that, George snorted. You know the old saying, a farting horse will never tire, and a man who farts is good to hire. After we left George's, Charlie grabbed his guitar from the back seat of the Jeep, and we walked up the trail to the outlaw shacks. We sat on the steps a while and talked. Then Charlie started to play. Just like when you first come to Spawns, he mused. He began singing nonsense songs, and I joined in. He'd do a verse, then I'd join in. Then I'd do one, and he'd sing along. In a matter of minutes, we were in perfect syncopation, anticipating each other with almost absolute precision. Since the day I met Charlie, we'd always had this uncanny sense of timing. It was like complete psychic harmony. It was always there, and it seemed to amaze Charlie as much as it did me. What Charlie and I achieved during these duets is what he sought to bring together with all the family on all levels. A single flow of energy. Such complete submission to impulse that all energy became a single force unto itself. This was a profound concept, one I came closest to experiencing when we did music together. While it tied me very closely to Charlie, it also linked him strongly to me. Suddenly he set down the guitar. Hey man, he said, take my hand. He held out his right hand. Rub it. Go on. Pretend I'm a snake. He sniggered. I rubbed his hand with the fingers of my right hand. Do it again. Keep doing it. Yeah. Wait. He pulled his hand away. Dig it. Never make the same motion twice. Vary it, you know? He took my hand. Rub it like this, then change it. Improvise. Get the feel. You see, it's like the music, man. You change the beat, you feel it, you tune into the soul. Hey, it's like making love. You can't just bang away, bang, bang, bang with no rhythm, no sense of surprise. It ain't the meat, it's the motion. That's where it's at with anything that's got some soul. But you have to let it flow. Let it be what it is, 'cause it's all one rhythm. Hey, you ever seen motion like this? Charlie began moving his hands like a belly dancer's, waving them around, under and over each other. See, he said, no two motions are alike. Every motion its own. Pretty soon they go by themselves, you know. Look at the motherfuckers. They're alive. Later, we walked back to the ranch house to say goodbye to George and Juan. When we passed Randy on our way out, he waved. Take it easy, Paul. Charlie. Hey, don't step in any horse shit, Charlie bellowed. Driving back, Charlie told me the vibe seemed okay at Swan's. George ain't no problem. Gypsy and Squeaky take good care of him. I want to start stashing some vehicles and parts up there. Put some campsites along the creek, you know. Maybe we better check back on the fountain, too. See what those crazy bastards are doing. As we turned off Santa Susana, Charlie asked if I wanted to hear a song he'd just written, and without waiting for an answer, proceeded to belt it out. The song, The Eyes of a Dreamer, a fast-moving ballad, was one we would later record on our album. It said a lot about Charlie during those days before the Holocaust. It's all in the eyes of a dreamer. It's all in the eyes of a man. All the things we've done in life, and all the things we planned. Can the world be sad as it seems? Where are your hopes? Where are your dreams? They're in the eyes of a dreamer, in the eyes of a man. All the songs have been sung, and all the saints have been hung. The wars and cries have been wailed, and all the good people have been jailed. Charlie glanced over, grinning. He had both hands on the steering wheel. His head was tilted back, his hair flowing. Dig this next part. The moment is ever constant in the mind. Everywhere I look, the blind lead the blind. Here's your chance to step out of time. There ain't no reason, and there ain't no rhyme. For the trouble you bring is the trouble you bring. And a thing is a thing, is a thing is a thing. It was 2:00 by the time we got back to the house. I had Stephanie draw me a bath. Then I changed clothes and drove the BSA bike I'd acquired down to Birmingham High to enroll. Chapter 13. Living in the midst of the San Fernando Valley heightened my desire to return to the desert. The tragedy of city life is that you forget what fresh air and real color are. Everything is shrouded in gray. Color and fragrance are muted to the point of extinction. I envied Juanita and Brooks being left in the desert and recalled Juanita's rap about Mexico. She spoke of the small tropical villages she had lived in, of all the smells and colors, and how she missed the fresh fruits of the marketplace. Mangoes, papayas, coconuts, pineapples. Her words prompted memories of my childhood in Lebanon. By comparison, LA seemed dead. Charlie's right, she told me. LA is intense. It's Doomsville. Life in the Yellow Submarine was intense. There always seemed much urgency in the air. We had to be ready when the shit came down. Instead of rejecting the real world, we were forced, at least temporarily, to become part of it. Charlie began, gradually, to recruit a more macho element to assist us. Mechanics, bikers, and ex-cons who could score and repair dune buggies and Harleys, vehicles we needed for the desert. While he rarely allowed these guys into the inner circle of the family, he kept them around, enticing them with girls and dope. One of the new breed was Bill Vance, David Lee Hammock, an ex-con and friend of Charlie's who had recently been released from prison. Through Bill, we got access to the Gresham Street house. Bill was a hulking 6-footer in his late 40s, with short brown hair, brown eyes, and a battered face. His nose looked like a disjointed mountain range. He'd done time with Charlie for robbery and assault, among other things, and was the first of Charlie's new recruits. Bill hit it off with Ella right away, and Charlie used his liaison to his own advantage. Within a week after our arrival, Bill had arranged for Sadie, Ella, Stephanie, Katie, and Mary to work as topless dancers at clubs in the valley. To buy vehicles and outfit them properly, we needed money. The girls went to work willingly. Karate Dave was another heavy-duty recruit who joined us during that period. He was 26, a Vietnam vet, and tough as nails. He had a plastic elbow, a vestige of his battlefield experience, and carried himself with an air of cold and utter confidence. Dave wasn't big, 5'9", 160 pounds, but was built like a gymnast. While he seemed to like Charlie, he never tried to ingratiate himself. He was in it strictly for the goodies, all the women he could handle, and what promised to be some excitement. Through Dave and Bill, others were enlisted to help prepare for Helter Skelter. Guys to score motor parts, camping gear, tents, and building supplies. Guys who could later work around the clock on various projects at spawns, and who knew nothing of the inner workings of the family. Men who were content to do what they were told to do in exchange for sexual gratification and good weed. Not long after we met Dave, 2 new girls joined the family. A petite, hippie brunette from Canoga Park called Crazy Patty, who immediately traded her VW for a dune buggy, and a buxom, gregarious brunette runaway named Barbara Hoyt, whom Charlie assigned to Karate Dave. Barbara had a round moon face, a disarming snaggle-toothed smile, and huge boobs. She fell right in with the tempo of things at Gresham Street and eventually moved into a treehouse in the backyard with Dave. Charlie's finesse in handling such diverse elements was extraordinary. While laying out his spiritual rap on the family, creating a reverent, almost sacred feeling of brotherhood and intimacy, he was able to bullshit with the Macho Brigade in their own language, bringing them close to our scene, but not close enough to really understand the subtleties of what was happening. While his female flower children made love to rednecks and ex-cons, Charlie continued to woo the establishment of the music world. Dennis Wilson, Greg Jacobson, and Terry Melcher, Doris Day's son, who he hoped would give us the break we needed. And all for a single purpose: Helter Skelter. By the end of February 1969, we considered ourselves a band of tuned-in, spiritually hip revolutionaries, destined to make a mark on a decadent, disintegrating civilization. By then, my stint as a student at Birmingham High had come to an end. After 2 weeks of classes, I'd gotten bored, but not before luring several attractive girls to Gresham Street to get loaded and make love. While none of these girls ever joined the family, my success pleased Charlie. Motherfucker, those little gals just love your ass. Meanwhile, we practiced our music daily. Within a month of our arrival, we'd purchased all new sound equipment and 2 new guitars. Through Dennis and Greg, we lined up recording sessions at Brian Wilson's studio. But none of them went well. Charlie wanted Terry Melcher, the owner of a record company, to come and hear us at Gresham Street. All we need, he said, is a chance. One break and we get this album together. It's gonna happen, man. Charlie told us he thought it happened when Melcher promised to come to the house one evening and hear us. We cleaned the place thoroughly and set up the instruments and equipment in the living room. The girls prepared vegetables, lasagna, green salad, French bread, and freshly baked cookies. Then they rolled some good weed. We waited. All afternoon we waited. When Melcher didn't show up or call, Charlie was seething. Motherfuckers weren't worth a plugged nickel. Preparations for Helter Skelter accelerated. By the middle of March, we had purchased these 3 dune buggies and 3 Harleys. We kept the dune buggies at Spawn's and the Harleys in the garage at Gresham Street. Charlie also bought $300 worth of topo maps so that we could chart a road to the desert. Our own road, beginning behind Spawn's in Devil's Canyon and running through Simi Valley, bypassing highways, over and under culverts, and out to Death Valley. At night, we'd lay the maps out in the upstairs bedroom and plot out the road. I still have memories of Charlie pacing back and forth over the maps. We're gonna need more Harleys. We'll need enough so that we can all ride together, like one person, like one mind, so that when it comes time to turn, we'll just turn together, without speaking, you know. We'll move like a flock of birds, instinctively and with precision. For hours, we labored over the maps, pinpointing potential command posts and campsites along the way. By the end of the month, we had the road pretty well laid out. We began making sorties into Devil's Canyon, scouting out the terrain in our dune buggies, plotting the road. It was a trip, racing over the sand dunes, looking out across the great expanse of the Simi Valley, sensing that the time was fast approaching when we would put our program into action. That night, after the evening meal, Charlie rapped about our need to be unified. Let go of the ego. Let it die. Just turn off your mind. Hey, things haven't changed. It's just that now we move with the time. Now we gotta make our scene of service. Yeah, there's gonna be some shooting and dying, but that's not new. There's always been times in history when a lot of people die, and they don't have a thing to do with right or wrong, or wing and wang, or diddly shit. It's beyond all that, 'cause the cosmic wind blows over the universe, and man just reaps his karma, whether he likes it or not. Hey, the Beatles have tuned into it. They've been taping into the vibes for a long time. Look at their songs. Songs sung all over the world by the young love. It ain't nothing new. It's all been written down, It's written in the good book, then Revelation, all about the 4 angels programming the Holocaust. 4 angels looking for the 5th angel to lead the people into the pit of fire, right out to Death Valley. Yeah, it's all been written down, so we might as well submit to it. It's all in Revelation. Revelation is now. The Beatles are now. It's all in black and white. And the White Album. White, so there ain't no mistaking the color. It's all in the words and the music. So listen and pay attention. Charlie spent hours quoting and interpreting Revelation to the family, particularly verses from chapter 9. And the 4 angels were loosed, which were prepared for an hour, and a day, and a month, and a year, for to slay the 3rd part of men. And the 5th angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven unto the earth, and to him was given the key to the bottomless pit. The implications were clear. The 4 angels were the Beatles, whom Charlie considered prophets for what was coming down. The 5th angel was Charlie. The 3rd part of men, he said, was the white race, those who would die in helter-skelter. The passage, and he opened the bottomless pit, and there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth, and unto them was given power as the scorpions of the earth have power. Was not only a reference to the Beatles' locusts, but implied that the power of Scorpion, Charlie was a Scorpio, would prevail. In describing the locusts, Beatles, Revelation said, their faces were as the faces of men, yet they had the hair as the hair of women, and wore breastplates of fire, which Charlie said were their electric guitars. Charlie read on. And it was commanded them that they should not hurt the grass of the earth, neither any green thing, neither any tree. Charlie maintained that cosmic wrath would only be leashed upon men and not on nature. That when the Holocaust was over, the natural beauty would remain, and the world, at least in the desert, would be like Eden again. And we'd be the survivors, ready to start a whole new scene. And when all the fighting's over, the Muslims will come in and clean up the mess. 'Cause Blackie has always cleaned up Whitey's mess. But Blackie won't be able to handle it, and he'll come over and say, you know, I did my number, man. I killed them all, and I'm tired of killing. The fighting is over. And that's when we'll scratch Blackie's fuzzy head and kick him in the butt and tell him to go pick the cotton. Charlie never hid his racial prejudices, and blacks weren't the only ones he chided. He made jokes about Jews, particularly old Jewish men who lay around resort hotels with their comical penguin bodies, buying and selling humanity as though it were a commodity. He told Tex that Hitler was just a tuned-in dude who leveled the karma of the Jews. Charlie razzed the cowboys and Okies for their redneck short-sightedness. Yet his own prejudices often coincided with theirs. He said priests were the biggest hypocrites of all, always walking around talking about life and love and the beauty of God. Dig it, all they ever wear is black. Black! They walk around like the fucking sky just fell on them. Their faces never see the sunlight. They look like zombies, man. morticians. They preach love, but they never have a woman. Yet those poop-butt motherfuckers got the gall to tell you what life is about, and how you should repent and all that shit. Hey, if anything is a sin, it's those assholes. Later, people would ask how a man like Charlie Manson could ever be considered Christ-like. How could he ever get that close to people? So close, they spoke his rap and thought his thoughts. The answer is simple. Really. He listened to them. Each of them. He concentrated on what they said. He sympathized with their problems, knew their idiosyncrasies. He allowed them to express all their fears, hopes, aspirations. Seemingly, he did not judge. He merely listened and focused all his attention on them. He became friend, brother, lover, and father. He gave himself in a way that perhaps no one else ever had, particularly in the beginning. Ironically, few people ever really pay attention on that level. He taught the girls not only to love their minds, but their bodies, and to use them without inhibition. What he had started at Spawns, he continued at Gresham Street. He was always changing the motion, remaining unpredictable. He'd gather us together to preach about the psychology of women. Though he'd be addressing the girls, everyone was present. Dig it. This is a planet of women. The men are just guests here. I mean, everything is set up for women. They pretend it ain't so, but it is. They're the mothers, the ones bear the life of new generations. It's like they have the greatest creative energy going for them. But they need the seed of man, dig? It's up to man to bring woman to life and tap into her energy. Women need to be loved, and we should love them, not as little boys, but as men. The trouble with society is that women have made little boys out of men. Mothers have cut the balls off their sons before they developed their sexuality, left them boys instead of men. That's why women today are not satisfied. They want men, but all they find are little boys. We have to treat our women like women, but also like daughters. We gotta cultivate them like a garden of flowers, so that they give us life, so that when we tap into them, we will become energized. Women are like batteries that gotta be charged. We give to them and they give back to us. It's like money in the bank. Women are cosmic creatures, beautiful and strong, but they also got a streak of the witch in them. All of them got it. They're dangerous, dig. They can't help but want to cut your balls off. That's their game. Sad but true. Hey, look at all the dudes running around without balls. Women got the motherfuckers. Still, we gotta love them. They're our daughters, our power. But we can't be going on their trip. If you do, why you just wind up singing those high notes yourself, dig? It's a game. It's always been a game. It was clear that Charlie feared losing control over his women. As a child who had been beaten and deserted by his own mother, his fear and paranoia were, to some extent, understandable. He spoke like a pimp. There was never any doubt that the girls belonged to him, and that their favors were a gift, not from them, but from Charlie. "Your love is my love," he would say. "It's all one love. When you love someone, I am loving them. We are all loving them." Regardless of the mechanics and theory, it worked. The girls in the family adored Charlie. He knew each of them. their hang-ups, their likes, dislikes, phobias, their tastes in food, sex, music, their backgrounds, everything. Whenever someone appeared who might cause a problem to our scene, a narc, redneck, probation officer, anyone from the straight world, Charlie knew immediately which girl would be best suited to neutralize that person. He was masterful at this. To do it, he had to know his women well. Standing beside Sadie in the kitchen one night at Gresham Street, I listened while she told Patty, "Charlie is the only man I ever met who is complete. He will not take back talk. He will not let a woman talk him into doing anything. He is a man." Months later, after her capture, Sadie was asked by the authorities if she thought Charlie was an evil person. She said, "By your standards of evil, looking at him through your eyes, I would say yes. Looking at him through my eyes, he is as good as he is evil. He is as evil as he is good. You cannot judge the man." Even when Charlie was gone, the intensity was almost the same. The only rap, Charlie's rap. Sadie, Squeaky, Tex, Clem, Mary, Brenda, Ella, Bo, Snake, Cappy, everyone spewing the same line. "Hey, it's coming down. Get ready. Helter Skelter is coming down." I remember Squeaky standing before the fireplace, urging us all to forsake our games and ego trips. "We have to flow with the love," she wailed in her high-pitched voice. "We have to let the love happen. Charlie is our love, and we are Charlie's love. It's all one. It's all happening now. So just let it go. Drop it. Let it die. Die, motherfuckers. Let it die." Sometime in March, Charlie began sending people out on creepy crawly missions around Canoga Park. The idea was to enter someone's house at night and to move about from room to room without being detected. When it comes down, we got to be prepared to save the babies. It might mean some sneaking and peeking around, taking some chances. While I never went on any breaking and entering creepy crawlies, I heard reports from those who did. Everyone seemed to enjoy it. Snake said it was like going out on Halloween and taking your treats without ever knocking on the door. Only months later would it become clear that these exercises were dress rehearsals to murder. One night, shortly after Sadie and Ella had gotten home from dancing at a bar in the valley, it must have been about 2 a.m., Charlie ordered them to go with Tex, Clem, Mary, and Bill Vance to creepy crawl a couple of houses on Varial Street. Within 5 minutes, they were on their way. Bill, an expert when it came to breaking and entering, had taught most of the girls how to remove screens, slip locks, avoid watchdogs, and to implement the tools of the trade. Pen knives, razor blades, bobby pins, pieces of wire. He also showed them the best places to look for valuables. No one liked to steal more than Bill, and no one in the family was better at it. Around 4 p.m. the following day, Charlie asked me to take the Jeep and drive Sadie to work at the club. Sadie had slept all morning. She was in good spirits as we pulled out of the driveway. "Hey, Paul, see that place?" She pointed to a white stucco house set off the road near the corner of Varial and Gresham. "That's where we went last night, through that window. That one, see? Next to the garage. Walked right by." this guy and his old lady, then right into the kitchen and had some orange juice and cookies. Then we split. They didn't even twitch. We didn't take anything, except for Bill. He grabbed a couple of credit cards for Charlie. Everything was for Charlie. Every thought, every action, gesture. It now seems hard to imagine that one person could hold such sway over so many. And in retrospect, it became clear that no one was more dominated by Charlie than Sadie. Had someone told me as we drove toward Canoga Park that in less than 5 months she would commit one of the most heinous murders imaginable, I would have thought him mad. I had made love with her. I had helped her give birth. In group sessions, I'd related to her as a brother and a father. I had sensed a childlike quality in her and a hardness born of deep anger. But I never thought her capable of murder. When we got to the club, just off Devonshire, I stopped in the parking lot near the rear entrance. Sadie kissed me on the cheek and hopped out. I watched her trot toward the door, just as 2 guys in business suits emerged. They ogled her as she passed them. "Nice ass," one of them muttered. "Yeah, she can move it. I saw her dancing here last week." At that instant, both men looked up and saw me as Sadie shouted, "See ya, Paul." "That your girlfriend?" one of them asked. "Yeah." "Nice." "Yeah." Chapter 14. Where the eagle flies, we will lie under the sun. Where the eagle flies, we will die to be one. The nights are so dark, and the wind's so cold. Love's fire is burning, and you can't grow old. Living with the poison ones, sun in with the devil's sons. From a song written by Charles Manson, summer of 1969. The more involved we became in Helter Skelter, the harder it was to see anything else. Momentum carried us along with Charlie. To say no would have been to violate all that we had worked to achieve. Even when Charlie's raps became more militant, I shuddered at some of his descriptions. It all seemed to fit with his earlier statements regarding death. We'd been programmed to think of death in a cosmic sense, knowing that the spirit never dies. We'd all experienced countless ego deaths and had watched each other experience them. We knew that life was merely a series of transitions in consciousness. When Charlie got into elaborating on the blood and gore of racial war, we all considered it a kind of therapy he was putting us through. At least I did. Blood and carnage were as much a part of life as anything else. The media were filled with it, seemed to thrive on it, in fact. So long as we had no karmic connection to it, so long as we did nothing to cause it, we could view it without judgment. And at that point, there was never a hint that we would have any part in killing. The emotional impact of living in the center of Los Angeles after months of relative isolation at Big Sur, Spawns, and Death Valley also served to validate Helter Skelter. For nearly 2 years, we'd been completely removed from TV sets, radios, newspapers, all contact from the outside world. Our reality had been primarily Charlie and his teachings. Our heads had been filled with Charlie and all his intensity at a time when he was more positive. Then, suddenly, we found ourselves stranded in the midst of civilization again, blaring billboards, buying and selling, TV newscasts reporting what seemed to be nothing but violence and bloodshed. Vietnam body counts, riots in the streets, student demonstrations, and Richard Nixon's jive. Around the 1st of April, we began gradually to move out of Gresham Street and back to Spawns. Conditions were crowded in the Yellow Submarine. Too many people, too many vehicles, and motor parts. Too many paranoid vibes. By that time, we had acquired, in addition to the dune buggies and motorcycles, a milk truck and 2 diesel semi-trucks, one of which had already been parked at Spawns. We had also accumulated a stack of unpaid electric, water, and telephone bills, and the collectors were beginning to hound us. Since we couldn't move back to Spawns en masse without causing suspicion, we had to do it a little at a time. We started by establishing a campsite in the ravine just below the ranch. Charlie and I purchased several parachutes from a surplus store in Los Angeles. After dyeing them green, we converted them into tents beneath the oaks. Meanwhile, we began remodeling the saloon into a kind of nightclub where we could set up and perform our music and store our instruments. We knocked out the back partition behind the stage, painted the walls and ceilings black, then bought strobe lights and white styrofoam balls to hang from the ceiling. It was trippy, like showtime at the Griffith Park Observatory. Finally, we set up our sound equipment and instruments on stage, and began, at night after the tourists had split, to hold jam sessions. Sometime in mid-April, we made a final exit from the Gresham Street house. Charlie had TJ pull one of the semis into the driveway. We loaded everything inside it. Harleys, VW engines, a big diesel motor, countless dune buggy and Jeep parts, and all of our belongings. Then we drove into the mountains of Mulholland to a mansion off Canaan Road, overlooking the sea. Charlie had learned that the rock group, the Iron Butterfly, had recently moved out and were on vacation. We moved in. Bill Vance broke the lock on the gate and hooked up the electricity. We spent nearly 2 weeks in the mansion, making music, planning strategy, and hiking around the hillside to plot the rest of the road. Charlie insisted we have access to the sea and to the desert, and that the 2 roads be joined. According to Revelation 10:2, he set his right foot upon the sea and his left foot on the earth. Around May, we left the mansion and moved back to Spawns, staying in the campsites so as not to disturb George and the Wranglers. Charlie kept 2 girls with George at all times and told the old man we'd be helping out with Wrangler chores. George said he was much obliged. Once at Spawns, everything was geared to helter-skelter and moving back to the desert. The acquisition of a huge, once-opened semi-trailer bed, which we covered with tarps, gave us additional space to store parts, to work on the motorcycles, and to sleep up to 15 people. We had mechanics rebuilding Harleys, diesels, and dune buggies round the clock. We paid them, and paid them well, and money, dope, and all the sex they could handle. Meanwhile, the tourists came to ride horseback, look at the movie sets, and talk to the Wranglers who went about the business of tending George's stock. Pearl showed up daily to see George, balance the books, and make sure everyone was on the job. At noon each day, the cowboys generally gather to eat lunch and bullshit. They got to know the mechanics and Bill, and the sundry motorcycle types, who began appearing with greater frequency. While they never became chummy with the bikers, they did share a languorous tolerance that allowed our work to continue. The days got hotter, and sometimes the smog seeped out of the valley and reached up into the foothills. The smell of horse shit permeated the air, and as always, the flies had the run of the place. Shorty and Randy continued to bad vibe us, but not enough to alter the momentum of what was coming down. It was during this period that we met Danny DiCarlo, a rough, tough, booze-addicted biker who, at the time, was treasurer for a motorcycle gang known as the Straight Satans. Danny was a fast-talking, earthy little dude, 5'8", with a thick black waterfall hairdo, dark, direct eyes, and a passion for beer and broads. He invariably wore the full Levi's garb, with Straight Satan embossed across his jacket, and boots, and walked like a Hell's Kitchen hoodlum. He had a good sense of humor, a quick wit, and while blinded by his own prurient inclinations, he was, as the saying goes, nobody's fool. He later told authorities that his rapport with Manson was enhanced by the fact that he, Danny, could satisfy Charlie's girls sexually, thus taking the pressure off Charlie. While this was pretty far-fetched, Charlie only allowed Danny to access certain girls. Danny did acquire the nickname Donkey Dan, a tribute to his size. It was a sobriquet he was proud of. We'd met Danny just before leaving the Gresham Street house. Charlie cultivated him for his knowledge of bikes, his street savvy, and because he could keep things copacetic between the family and outsiders who sometimes showed up to make trouble. Charlie seemed to like Danny. He was always more favorably disposed to smaller guys, and saw to it that Danny got rewarded. Danny had recently separated from his wife and was invariably hot to trot. Sherry, a new girl, and Weish were virtually given to Danny in exchange for his talents as a mediator and mechanic and his knowledge of firearms. DiCarlo was born in Canada, but had been given U.S. citizenship after serving in the Coast Guard as a weapons expert. When it came to guns, Danny knew what he was talking about. His father sold firearms for a living, and Danny had dismantled, repaired, and fired all kinds. By then, we were beginning to accumulate a small arsenal, which Charlie insisted we'd need for defense purposes while convoying people to and from the desert. Through various sources, most of them ex-cons, we had purchased several small caliber handguns, 2 12-gauge shotguns, a Schmeiser machine gun, and a 30-30. We also began carrying buck knives around the campsite. It was later that summer that Charlie acquired a sword from the then president of the Straight Satans, a guy known as 86 George. George had come to Spawns to convince Danny to leave the family. Not only did he fail in that effort, but wound up being conned by Charlie. Charlie offered to pay one of George's traffic tickets in exchange for the sword, a 20-inch razor-sharp weapon, the top of which had been honed into a fine and delicate point. Approximately 2 months later, Charlie would use the same blade to slice off Gary Hinman's left ear. By the end of May, the girls were designing buckskins. all-purpose, combat-ready clothing which would last indefinitely and be conducive to life in the desert. At the same time, Tex, at Charlie's suggestion, began constructing a family shelter across the road from Spawn's, a place to hide and store supplies in case of emergency. Tex worked on the project for several days, using 2x4s and slabs of plywood, ripped off from a nearby construction site in the valley. The shack he built was small, 15 by 20 feet, yet well designed, almost like a lean-to, with one side fronting on the slope of a ravine, with a small window facing the creek bed. In it we stocked provisions, camping gear, dried foods, and several handguns. The family called it the Helter Shelter. Charlie referred to it as the just-in-case place. In the midst of these preparations, Charlie moved about like a seasoned field general, giving orders. We set up base camps in the creek bed and explored the mountains around Spawns so that we knew every hill and gully. We took dune buggies and Harleys into the canyons and worked on the road. At times, Charlie would order us to evacuate one campsite and set up another. It was like commando training. We began to feel like a well-trained band of guerrillas. Meanwhile, our mechanics worked on the vehicles, and our girls continued to dance topless and to bring home fat paychecks to cover our burgeoning expenses. At night, we played music in the saloon and sang the songs of revolution. Charlie continued to make trips to L.A. to confer with Dennis and Greg. Despite our earlier frustrations, he had not given up trying to get our album recorded. We had spent hours making tapes and wanted to get them heard. But Charlie's anger at Melcher hadn't subsided. I didn't learn until later that he had finally gone to 10,050 Cielo Drive, the scene of the tape murders, looking for Melcher, only to learn that Melcher and his then-girlfriend, Candace Bergen, had moved to Malibu. It was during this visit to Cielo Drive that Charlie met the owner of the house, Rudy Altabelli, who was then living in the rear cottage and who later told authorities of Charlie's visit, and that it was quite likely that Charlie, on his way in, had seen the occupants of the main house, Wojtek Frykowski, Abigail Folger, and Sharon Tate. Charlie never went back to Cielo Drive, but on August 9th he sent 4 people there to pay a visit. Tex Watson, Susan Atkins, Patricia Krenwinkel, and a new girl named Linda Kasabian. Linda was the epitome of the young flower child, on her own since 16. She traveled from the East Coast to California during the Summer of Love, 67, in search of spiritual fulfillment. She lived in Taos and Seattle. She'd worn flowers in her hair at Haight-Ashbury. She'd crashed in cheap hotels and communes and had taken psychedelics in quantity before coming to Spawns late that summer with her 2-year-old daughter, Tanya. Linda was 5'1" and petite, with long, light brown hair, green eyes, and a soft, clear-speaking voice. When she met Charlie, shortly after I left the family, she was 19, and certainly no novice to the jargon of the time. Yet she fell for his rap hook, line, and sinker. 1 month later, he sent her to kill. As things became more fragmented, Charlie's bitterness and frustration surfaced with greater frequency. I began spouting, "Death to the piggies," and quoting from the Beatles' album. He said we had to work faster. Once again, we took our group to a studio for a recording session in the valley, but things fell apart. Charlie got pissed off at the technicians, and we split. One evening, a short time later, we were practicing in the saloon. Charlie was sitting on a stool in front of the mic, with Bobby to his left, playing the drums. Tex and Brooks were behind Bobby, playing steel guitars. I was on Charlie's right, doing vocal accompaniment. Behind us, the girls were singing background. During a break, Charlie suddenly stood and demanded that Brenda sing. Sing what? Anything. Just sing. But what did... God damn it, sing! Charlie walked over and yanked her hair. That's a sound? Now, try something else. He jerked her hair again. Ow! Good. Now, sing. She sang. Cleanliness became a real problem. With no access to indoor facilities, we were forced to go for days without bathing. We all rinsed off in the creek regularly, but it was hard to stay clean. People have been led to believe that the Manson family was dirty and unkempt, but this was not the case. Up until the summer of 1969, Charlie demanded good personal hygiene, and that clothes, food, musical instruments, everything be kept orderly. But living at spawns like commandos made it impossible to maintain these standards. The natural, easygoing rhythm of life we had enjoyed gradually became too diffused and disjointed, and finally, decadent. With bikers and hippies and strangers coming and going at all times, there was little opportunity to put the old scene together. Still, there were moments. Those nights when the girls made meals at the campfire, and we sang songs and Charlie rapped. Those nights were soothing, and I remember lying beside Snake in the tent, listening to the crickets and wondering what the future held for us. I made love to Snake a lot during that period. It was one experience that always felt right. With Snake, I shared a kind of inner harmony that sustained me even when things started coming apart. It was not that Snake and I spent a lot of time together, or that we consciously cultivated a special friendship. It was just that when we were together, it was special. It was something neither of us talked about, but it was there from the beginning, from the day I arrived, and Charlie sent her to seduce me by the same creek bed, just 1 year before. Months later, lawyers, law enforcement authorities, and friends would ask me why, when things had degenerated so, I remained with the family. What needs did the family fulfill? Why didn't I split? It's hard for people to understand what deep needs were met by the family. I can only say that living day in and day out with a group of people with whom you've shared all manner of experiences without inhibition bond you deeply. It wasn't only Charlie. I was close to everyone. It gave me a feeling of security against the impersonality of the world. I felt we shared more than any genetic family. We shared a kind of communication that is rare between people. The family met many needs: sexual, spiritual, communal, recreational, artistic. We were brothers, sisters, fathers, mothers, lovers to each other. We were one. It was a hard thing to let go of, even when it all faltered. Rather than leave it and invalidate all that was good, it seemed easier to ignore or refuse to acknowledge the changing vibes, the degeneration. I had experienced fears before, and they had been dissipated through confrontation. Charlie taught me to submit to these changes. I had endured the choking, the freak out, and a good deal more. Plus, if Charlie was right and Helter Skelter was coming down like he said, I needed him and the family to survive. But others too were feeling the change. One afternoon, I was hiking up from the campsite toward the saloon. Charlie had asked me to help the mechanic assemble a new Harley. I just reached the saloon when Beau came up and started walking with me. She wore a full-length gingham dress and was barefoot. Her face was smudged with dust, and she'd lost so much weight that her eyes seemed enormous. All of us had begun eating less. With no place to cook but the campfire, it was difficult to prepare meals for so many, so that we resorted to living off sweet rolls and cakes, which we continued to get in quantity from our bakery connection in Santa Monica. One look at Beau, and I knew she'd been crying. "What's the matter, Beau?" "I don't know. I just feel..." She stopped when we reached the semi-truck, and the mechanic, a guy we called Turk, a friend of Bill Vance's, stuck his head out of the trailer. "What's happening, Turk?" "Did DeCarlo ever bring them plugs?" "I don't know." "Shit." Turk wiped his forehead with a greasy rag, then stuffed it in his back pocket. "Where's Charlie?" "Down at the corral, talking to Tex." Turk jumped out of the semi and trotted toward the corral. When he was out of earshot, Beau told me Charlie had scared the shit out of her. Charlie said when Helter Skelter comes down, they'll come looking for me. And if they find me, they'll chop me up. He said Blackie's gonna terrorize everyone. He said they're gonna smear the piggies' eyeballs on the ceilings and paint the walls and floors with blood. I knew what Beau was feeling. I had experienced Charlie's demonic side. Yet, I did not want to acknowledge it. I wanted to move beyond Helter Skelter, to go back to the desert. But things only got worse, and my own fears and uncertainties became apparent to Charlie. One night, not long after my conversation with Beau, Charlie asked me to go with him to Canoga Park to pick up some girls. He said we needed to relax and have a good time. I'd worked all day with Turk and Tex, helping pack and assemble parts so we could transport them to Barker's. I'd crashed out in the semi-trailer in my sleeping bag and had just dozed off when Charlie woke me. We took the milk truck and drove to Topanga Canyon Boulevard, then turned left on Chatsworth. Charlie was talkative, but I sensed that some of it was put on, that he was trying too hard to be his old self. Somewhere near the Topanga Plaza, near Gresham Street, we pulled up alongside some girls in an MG and started rapping with them, but they weren't interested. And when Charlie got belligerent, they flipped us off. Minutes later, it seemed, we drove by the Gresham Street house and turned left on one of the cross streets. About halfway down the block, Charlie spotted a truck parked in someone's driveway. A big, heavy-duty Dodge ambulance, weapons carrier. He stopped the milk truck and turned off the ignition. "Hey, brother, we could use that truck, you know. Why don't you hotwire it and take it back to the ranch? Charlie's eyes drilled mine, but he kept right on talking. Just drive it directly to the campsite. Load up with supplies, food for Juanita and Brooks, some tools, and a little dope. Then take a few girls and head for the desert. Don't wait for nothing. Just load it and get on down the road. After you check on things at Barker's, come back in the pickup. All that went through my mind as Charlie spoke is difficult to recount. It lasted just a split second, but during that time, I experienced an involved process of assessment. I'd known troubles with the law, but always for minor offenses. I'd never stolen a vehicle. Yet it wasn't the stealing that made me hesitate. It was a composite of feelings brought on by the changing vibes. Though Charlie had not indicated directly that we would have anything to do with penetrating violence, it was clear that we were preparing for it. I was divided in myself. Part of me had begun to doubt Helter Skelter. Yet, if it was really coming down, I didn't want to be left out. I wanted to survive, and to do so, I needed Charlie. On another level, I saw his request as another personal challenge. He had sensed my wavering state of mind and perhaps thought it was time to test me again. You're not going to say no, are you? I grabbed a piece of wire and a flashlight from under the seat. While Charlie waited, I trotted up the road to the driveway. The front end of the truck was less than 10 feet away from what looked like an open bedroom window. Moving quietly, I found the hood latch and slowly raised the hood. The truck had a starter button in the cab, so all I had to do was hotwire the ignition. It took just seconds for the motor to fire. As the engine turned over, a bedroom light came on. I leaped into the cab, slapped it into reverse, and backed into the street before ramming it into first. I burned rubber for about 15 feet, and then I was in second and flying by Charlie, who was still parked. He gave me the okay sign and a big grin as I roared by, turned right, and headed for home. At the intersection of Devonshire and Topanga Canyon, I trumped the brake to avoid running a light. As it was, I overshot the crosswalk and had to back up. As I did so, a squad car eased up alongside me. I looked straight ahead, my heart pounding. Then I took a deep breath and glanced down at the cops. In a hurry, are ya? Kinda, yeah. Well, slow down, partner. You'll live a whole lot longer. When the cops turned left, I headed north on Topanga, then hauled balls up Santa Susana Pass to where the road ended. I parked on the shoulder, then clambered down the hill to the campsite and woke up the family. Chapter 15. Hurry up, goddammit, I urged. This fucking truck is hot. It took no more than half an hour for us to load up with supplies. Food, clothing, and several empty 5-gallon drums. By the time Karate Dave and I and several girls pulled back onto the highway, it was about 4 a.m. The girls were still in their 90s and t-shirts and were excited as hell. I sensed their eagerness to be leaving for the desert. Or was it my own projected delight? Dave and I sat in the front with Brenda between us. Dave wanted to drive, so I rolled a couple of joints and passed them back through the curtain behind the seat to Weesh and Cappy. The back end of the truck, though spacious, was cluttered with pieces of hose, bricks, sacks of cement, and 3 or 4 well-stocked toolboxes. The girls pushed the stuff to the rear and sat in a circle just behind the seat. It was a beautiful dawn, and I rolled down the window to enjoy the fresh air as we droned north through Antelope Valley. For some reason, I flashed on Brooks Poston, who was then at Barker's with Juanita. In my mind's eye, the changes in Brooks somehow reflected the changes in the family. During our stay at Gresham Street, he had come down several times to play music and get in on the LA scene. Preparation for Helter Skelter. But each time, he became more and more zombied out, more incapable of functioning, as though everything inside him recoiled and degenerated, rendering him almost catatonic. There were periods at Gresham Street, generally following one of Charlie's grisly raps, when Brooks would go upstairs and remain in the bedroom for 3 or 4 days, coming out only to use the bathroom or to drink water. Intermittently, he'd been able to function in the music scenes, but his participation relative to everyone else's was marginal. That's why, for the most part, Charlie kept him at Barker's. In retrospect, it became clear that Brooks's experience in the family was, at the deepest levels, a death trip. Subconsciously, and in part because of his own deep-seated guilt, he had given himself to all that was negative in Charlie. Were it not for his stints in the desert and his discontent duty, chopping wood, and earlier shoveling shit, Brooks might not have survived. I smoked the last of the roach Brenda handed me and rolled up the window. My feelings that night were even more confused. On the one hand, it was exciting, ripping off the truck and running from the law. And I enjoyed playing commandos on the outskirts of LA. But the changes in Charlie were scary. There was the sense of something being terribly wrong, like the presence of terminal illness before it's been diagnosed. I had sensed it for weeks, but had repressed it. And I tried to dismiss it again as we sped along toward Mojave. Being on the road, going away from Charlie, made it easier to rationalize my deepest feelings. As I talked back and forth to the girls and to Dave, I found myself looking forward to the desert and to chopping wood with Brooks. But that didn't happen. Just outside of Mojave, Dave shouted back at the girls, "Stash the dope! The heat's on our ass!" Moments later, we were pulled over by a highway patrol unit for having no rear license plate, something no one had noticed in our eagerness to split. One of the 2 cops scanned Dave's driver's license with a flashlight, then shone the light on me and Brenda. "Hi," Brenda said cheerily, waving her fingers. "You people want to get out the truck, please?" "You mean all of us?" "Yeah, all of you." Dave got out and Brenda slid out behind him. I followed. Then the curtain parted and Snake's shapely leg appeared as she climbed over the seat. She wore nothing but a t-shirt and her underpants, and the young cop who had opened the door to begin a search stood back and gaped. Then came Sandy, Weish, Cappy, Bo, Sherry, Sadie, and Crazy Patty. The cops exchanged glances. While the older one eyeballed the girls with feigned nonchalance, the other searched the van, top to bottom. He didn't find any dope, but he did uncover a license plate behind the back seat. After running a check on it, they all took us to Mojave. Dave and I were separated from the girls and spent what was left of the morning in a communal drunk tank. The next day, they took me to L.A. County Jail in a sheriff's bus and booked me for suspected auto theft. I didn't know what had happened to Dave or the girls. 2 days later, I was released. Apparently, the truck had been stolen several times, and they could find no registered owner. When I got back to Spawns, the girls were there. So was Dave. He had climbed out the bathroom window in Mojave during a court recess and had escaped the same night. A week later, Dave left the family, and I never saw him again. Returning to Spawns so suddenly, after anticipating a stay in the desert, made me even more aware of how degenerated things had come. Charlie was angry that we had not gotten there with the truck. 2 weeks earlier, he had sent another supply run to the desert, but the truck had broken down on the road and had to return. Charlie's face reflected the tension. His capacity for patience, which had once seemed infinite, had all but disappeared. Walking around Spawns in the midst of a conglomeration of people, mechanics and motorcycle types, ex-cons and curiosity seekers, began to unnerve me. There was never a time when the family was together as one unit. The communal acid trips and therapy sessions were a thing of the past. We were always disjointed, off on separate trips. When we were together, there was no longer a feeling of unity. There was only confusion in Charlie's cryptic, acidic spiels about Blackie and the shit coming down. I found myself alone more, roaming around the ranch in a state of detachment. I began violating Charlie's rules, eating meat and smoking pot during the day, like a child defying his parents. I did it unconsciously, yet I flaunted it. One afternoon in late June, I found Charlie standing outside the saloon, talking to Squeaky. When Squeaky walked back up the hill to George's, I approached Charlie. He stood leaning against the building, fingering his beard. His eyes were glazed. He didn't see me until I was right beside him. "What's happening, Paul?" He put his arm around my shoulder and gave me an affectionate squeeze. "When are we gonna go, man? We gotta make it to the desert. Sometimes I think we'll never get out of here." As we walked together toward the corral, Charlie still had his arm around my neck. "You're right, brother. Dig it. Helter Skelter is ready to happen. It's gotta happen soon. All the piggies are gonna get the jolt of where it's really at. We have to stock supplies at the desert and be ready to boogie. I don't know why we can't get a truck up there. It's starting to piss me off." We stopped at the corral gate and looked in at the horses. Charlie climbed up and sat on the top rung of the fence, looking down at me. "I'll tell ya, Blackie never did anything without Whitey showing him how." I looked up at Charlie and he winked. "Helter Skelter is coming down, but it looks like we're gonna have to show Blackie how to do it." My blood ran cold. The words echoed in my ear. Show Blackie how to do it. I knew exactly what Charlie meant. All the horror I had been sensing flooded my being. It was like an instant nightmare lived out in silence. I did not look at Charlie, but gazed straight ahead at the horses, motionless save for their tails, which flicked intermittently at the flies. In that instant I flashed on the choking scene and the look on Charlie's face. I saw Brooks Poston lying prone on the floor of the Gresham Street house. I saw the faces of the girls. Sandy, Squeaky, Ella, Sherry, Mary, all of them rapping out of the void of what remained of them, rapping all that was left, helter-skelter. Without looking at him, I muttered, "When are we going to the desert?" "I'll tell you what we're doing." Charlie hopped down from the fence and stood beside me, looking up toward the saloon. "We're gonna load the fucking semi full of doom buggies and Harleys, and we're gonna take them to the desert. We're gonna stockpile supplies up there right away." As he spoke, I felt a vague sense of reprieve, that if I could go to the desert, it would be okay, that if I just got out there, everything would work out. I did not want to think about Charlie's remark. Up until that moment, I had gone all the way. I had believed in the beauty of what was once a reality. I had faced my fears, suffered countless ego deaths. I had loved Charlie and the others. I still did. I had done everything asked of me. Pilfered credit cards, conned people, played the games. I had begged, borrowed, and stolen for Charlie. I had even seen and believed in qualities which seemed Christ-like. I had submitted, accepted, and flowed with the love. I had said yes. I am you and you are me. We are one. I had swallowed helter-skelter. I had done everything to promote it. But unlike Sadie, Katie, Squeaky, Clem, and Tex, I had never really ceased to exist. And now, from the deepest center of myself, there was something that said, "No, good God, no." But it was all on the inside. It was all happening away from Charlie's eyes. At that moment, I feared Charlie. But part of that fear was that he might be right. That helter-skelter was inevitable, and that despite its horrors, we had to go through with it. I was equally afraid of myself, of the part of me which had become him. I didn't really know who I was. I had little control. What moved me was an instinct to escape. Charlie put me in charge of organizing the expedition to the desert. I went at it with gusto, getting the mechanics to finish their work and load up the supplies. It took several days to complete the work and get the Harleys and dune buggies ready for the trip. Sometime around the 1st of July, in the evening, we began hoisting the machinery onto the semi. I supervised everything, saw to it that the vehicles were well secured, and that all supplies were accounted for. It wasn't until most of the loading had been completed that Charlie informed me I was to remain at Spawn's. By 9 p.m., everything was ready. I trudged dejectedly back to the other semi-trailer to tell Charlie. The trailer had become a central headquarters for the family during the latter part of June. With all the parts and supplies pushed off to the sides, there was enough room to seat the entire family. As usual, Charlie sat at the head of the group on a small stool, rapping out instructions while Sandy, Weish, Mary, and some of the others were sewing buckskins. "Hey," I called in. "Ready to go." Everyone filed out and gathered around Charlie in front of the saloon. Danny DiCarlo and Bill Vance were lashing rope around the tailgate of the truck. "I need a couple of girls to go with me," Charlie said. All the girls jumped up and down. Take me, Charlie." "What is this?" Charlie barked. "Am I some sort of school teacher or something?" He ordered Weish, Stephanie, Snake, and Brenda to get in the truck. Then moments later drove out the driveway and disappeared down the road. What I felt then was a combination of confusion, anger, depression, and fear. After they had gone, I walked up to the outlaw shacks alone and sat on the steps. For some reason, I thought of my old girlfriend Mona, a pretty blonde I'd known in Topanga Canyon before joining the Manson family. In retrospect, I realized that this thought was not so unusual. Unconsciously, I was grasping for a way out, even if it meant returning to my past. But I didn't have long to ponder the situation. In less than half an hour, Charlie was back. He said the trailer wouldn't trail the truck and had to be re-rigged. He was furious. "God damn it. We just can't get a motherfucking truck up to Barker's." I stood beside Brenda and Bo near the rear of the rig. "Look, Paul," he barked suddenly. "Take Danny's pickup and run some of these supplies up to Brooks and Juanita. They're gonna wonder what the hell happened to us. He can use your truck, huh, Danny?" "Be my guest." I was delighted. "I'm gonna need someone to go with me." As I said this, the girls began to fidget and edge forward, wanting to go but afraid to speak up for fear Charlie would object. At that point, it became all too clear just how hung up they were, how dependent on Charlie. Only moments before they'd reached like a bunch of eager kids. Now they were mute. Charlie saw it too and fell into a rage. "Motherfuck! What's happening around here? Everyone has to ask permission to breathe." I didn't wait for him to finish. "Come on, Bo. You go with me." Charlie didn't say a word as Bo and I climbed into the cab of Danny's truck. There was a rule in the family that only girls carried dope, and since we were taking some seeds up to Brooks and Juanita, we needed a girl to go along. Charlie told me to deliver the supplies, stay a couple of days, then come back to Spawns. I drove out the highway and headed for the freeway. Danny's truck had been recently tuned, and I tromped on it. The more distance I put between myself and Spawns, the better I felt. It was nothing new for Bo. She seemed to have a predisposition to tears. It was her way of handling stress. During earlier scenes in which she became the center of attention, going through some ego death, her emotional output was extraordinary. All you could do was let it run its course. But I knew from our earlier conversation what she was feeling. At one point, she put her head on my shoulder and clutched at my arm. "Come on, Bo. Jesus. What's wrong? I feel heavy things coming down. It scares me. Charlie scares me." I didn't say anything. I just put my arm around her. Neither of us really knew how to handle what was inside us. We'd both been so heavily programmed that by the time that all natural impulses were trapped, blocked off, the desire to escape, to run, was being satisfied by being on the road. Yet, deep down, we were both tied to Charlie in ways we couldn't begin to understand. We had come to believe in Charlie so deeply that truly doubting Helter Skelter was impossible. Helter Skelter was coming down. Our life at Spawns, disjointed, confused, fragmented, was an expression of it. It was happening. Charlie was causing it. There was more fear than before. Charlie always told us fear was good, and that we should submit to it. I remember the night he took Bo before the mirror and made her look at her body. I had learned that there was truth in his words. Face your fears. That by confronting my fears, I had gained knowledge. Had Charlie sensed my feelings, he would probably have told me that fear of violence is just another fear, that death is merely a release to the love. Dying, he had said, is something like orgasm. It leaves you in a state of calm, a state of bliss. The implication was that he had died before. Inside, I was torn, my thoughts divided from my emotions. My instinct was to run, and I was running, so that looking out the window that night made me feel hopeful. But I was still locked into the programs, still a part of Charlie. I found myself rationalizing his words. We're gonna have to show Blackie how to do it. Maybe there was another way of showing him. Maybe he meant something else. Charlie is a man of love. We are all submitting to his love. Helter Skelter is to program the young love to come to the desert. I remembered the good scenes, feeling close, being loved. Outside, the night seemed infinite, opening wider as we drove on. I pushed harder into the center of the night, with Bo beside me, wanting to feel free, wanting to send my spirit beyond the horizon, sensing that if we could just go faster, it might happen. But physical freedom was not enough. My insides were tied to Charlie and the family in ways I hadn't begun to sort out. I found myself latching onto phrases Charlie had taught us, like, I am you, and you are me. And no sense makes sense. My mind would rest on one thought until another thought emerged to replace it. Then another, and another, until it felt as though I were going mad. It was as if my being had been inhabited by so many contradictions that all thoughts and feelings, the very flow of my blood, was blocked. Who was I? What was left of me? Only the highway, straight and nearly empty of traffic, provided the illusion of direction and freedom. Yet, while all this raged in my psyche, I found myself soothing Bo with words which came from still another part of myself. It's okay, Bo. We're on a good trip now. We're going back to the desert, just you and me. No bad vibes there, just the desert. Look at the sky, Bo. We watched the sun come up just outside Ballarat and stopped there to buy coffee. By 8 that morning, we were hiking up Goler Canyon toward the Barker Ranch. Somehow, climbing the rocks lessened the tension as I scrambled ahead of Bo, stopping every few minutes to wait for her. The closer we got to Barker's, the faster I climbed. I found myself again anticipating seeing Brooks. I didn't even know why. It wasn't as though Brooks and I had ever been close, but I believe, looking back, that I envied his being in the desert, away from what was happening. I also made a subconscious connection between Brooks's zombied-out state while at Gresham Street and what was coming down in the family. My urgency was also prompted by the fact that in less than a month's time, we'd sent 3 expeditions to the desert. None of them had arrived. We rested midway up the canyon, then completed the hike without stopping. When we reached the gate in front of the yard, Brooks appeared on the porch. "Hey, Paul," he called something into the house, then came bounding down the hill like a frisky goat. He wore Levi's, a loose-fitting t-shirt, and worn-out hush puppies. I'd never seen Brooks move that fast or with as much agility. I couldn't believe he was the same person. His blue eyes were clear. There was color in his cheeks. Even his shaggy blonde hair looked healthy. He gave us both a warm hug. "I was hoping they'd send you," he said. "Hey man, you look good. This desert life must agree with you. What you been eating?" "I've been climbing the mountains." He glanced over his shoulder toward the ranch house. "Met this far-out old prospector dude. He's a trip." "How's Juanita?" Bo wanted to know. "Okay. She's up there making some vegetable concoction. We got a little garden going." While Brooks spoke, I saw a man step out of the bunkhouse and sit down on a rock just outside the door. "What's going on at Spawn's? How's Charlie?" Brooks asked both questions at once. My answer was automatic and only half-conscious. I was still watching the man on the hill. "The shit's coming down. Coming down fast," Bo added. "Hey, that's him." Brooks's eyes followed my gaze. "Let's go up, then I'll help you bring in the supplies." As we walked up the trail toward the house, the man stood up and lit a cigarette. He was of medium height, had short salt and pepper hair, and appeared slightly overweight. Dressed in khaki pants and a plain short-sleeved shirt, he looked like a classic redneck pig, and I found myself growing suspicious as we approached him. Still, the transformation in Brooks was a strong recommendation of this man. "What's this dude's name anyway?" I muttered under my breath as we drew closer. Paul Crockett." Part 3. The Power of Agreements. Chapter 16. Wildflowers were still blooming in July, and the vineyards were green. There was fruit on the apple and fig trees, and a rich yield of boysenberries behind the bunkhouse. It felt good standing in the sunlight with Beau, beside Crockett and Brooks. The mountains were a blue-purple against the sky. Everything seemed alive and measureless. A breeze funneled down the canyon, blowing over the garden. Even the heat felt clean. I could smell coffee brewing in the kitchen. We'd been there just moments when Juanita burst out the door to give Beau a big hug. Then me. God, Paul, don't you guys ever bathe anymore? Crockett grinned. Yeah, they're a little ripe smelling. Beau and I exchanged glances. Neither one of us had bathed for days. She wore what she'd worn a month ago, tattered, tight-fitting Levi's, and a filthy green blouse which clung to her small, upturned breasts. I was in buckskins. I'd worn them since we came to Spawn's, and they were smeared with grease from hours spent working on engines. Still, Crockett's remark pissed me off. Juanita gushed on about how well the garden was growing and how good she felt. And there was no denying it. She did look robust and energized, and somehow prettier. Both she and Brooks seemed to reflect the vitality of the surroundings. I glanced suspiciously at Crockett, who stood to my left beside Beau, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his eyes on the mountains. When Juanita asked us inside to eat, we followed her. Brooks, Beau, then Crockett. I walked behind Crockett, scrutinizing him, wondering what he had done to bring about such profound changes in my friends. The ranch house appeared unchanged, except that they'd moved the big dining room table into the center of the living room. Juanita brought in a steaming pot of beans and, moments later, a tin piled high with freshly baked cornbread. Beau followed with coffee. Beau and I ate ravenously while Brooks told us of their latest mining ventures and how much work he was doing. I'd never seen Brooks so voluble and enthused. He mentioned Bob Barry, and when I asked who that was, he told me it was Crockett's partner. I understood by an exchange of glances between Brooks and Juanita that she and Barry had something going. Crockett, meanwhile, sat directly across from me, chain-smoking Pall Malls and playing solitaire, raising his eyes only on occasion to let the smoke clear so he could see the cards. I got the impression Brooks was trying to entice him into the conversation, but all he got out of the stoic miner was an occasional, yeah, or nope. I found myself watching Crockett's thick, gnarled fingers manipulate the cards as he laid out his hand. Looking at Crockett, you had the feeling he belonged to the desert. His skin was weathered, yet resilient, like a reptile's. His face looked like the craggy wall of a mountain, as though it had been eroded and sculptured out of rock. It was hard to imagine that such a face had ever been young. His gray eyes were deeply set beneath a prominent, thick-browed forehead, his nose beak-like and commanding. A strong, well-formed jaw accentuated the sensitivity of his mouth, which was full and all the more intriguing because he seldom opened it, at least during the first few hours we were there. Yet there was something tangibly solid about the man. He was like a mountain. You felt his awareness. Later, while Brooks and I hiked down the wash to bring up the supplies, I asked him about Crockett. That's when Brooks told me that he and Juanita weren't going back to the family. What do you mean? Helter Skelter is coming down. You can't bail out. As I spoke the words, I felt detached from them. Me and Crockett got a scene going here. I mean it. Paul, this dude is far out. He's taught me a lot. I feel good. I want to stay feeling good. But what about Charlie? What about the family? What about them? What are you going to do when Charlie comes up and finds out what's going on? He can't. He can't? Crockett put up a psychic barrier to keep him out. No one can come up here unless they have true love in their hearts. I flashed on all our failed attempts to send supplies to Barker's. I pictured Charlie pacing back and forth in front of the saloon, cursing. I thought of Crockett playing solitaire. I said, "Come off it, Brooks." At the base of the wash, we unloaded the pickup. Brooks helped me strap a pack of canned goods to my back. Then he handed me several canteens. He hoisted his pack to his back and adjusted it. We began the climb back up the wash. Months before, Brooks could barely climb the wash without a pack. Now he was moving like a mountain goat. I told him to slow down. "What about Helter Skelter?" I asked. "Let Charlie worry about it. I'm not." "The shit is coming down, man. It's heavy." "Not up here, it ain't." "Hey, you're letting this old mumblefuck miner turn your head around." "Yeah, guess I am." Though I wasn't cognizant of it at the time, Crockett was well prepared for my arrival. He'd heard much about me from Brooks and Juanita. They had told him that I was close to Charlie, one of the few people who could get things done, who didn't seem to be totally under Charlie's domination. By the time I got to Barker's, Crockett had been there nearly 2 months, long enough to become deeply intrigued by the story of Charles Manson, his family, and what they called Helter Skelter. He'd taken a liking to Brooks and wanted to help him break away from an influence which had obviously been destructive. When he met me and found that I, too, was riddled with Charlie's programs and viewpoints, he let it be known that he could teach me things. But he never came out and said it. He never preached. That was Crockett's beauty as a teacher. He seldom told you anything. He merely suggested ways you might discover yourself. But it didn't happen right away. I was suspicious of Paul Crockett. What could he teach me? He was old, 46. Had short hair, never smoked dope or took drugs, and he spoke like a hick. The epitome of everything I had been programmed to despise. He was a redneck and a pig. At that point, I figured if any teaching were to be done, it would be me educating him, cluing him on Helter Skelter. Brooks, I figured, was easy prey. So spaced out that anybody could teach him anything. Brooks and I had always been on opposite ends of the spectrum in the family. Brooks at the bottom, shoveling shit. Me at the top, alongside Charlie, getting my fill of all the goodies and privileges. And coming to know the two of us, Crockett was given a gander at the whole spectrum of Charlie's program. Not only that, in Bo and Juanita, he had discovered how the same programs worked on the girls. Everything that came from their mouths was in some way a part of Charlie's rap. But I figured, as we climbed the hill, that Crockett, too, would fall into the hole once I set him straight. Paul Crockett was born on February 24th, 1924, at 9:30 p.m. in a little town called Ada in the state of Oklahoma. He was less than a year old when his parents moved to Texas, where he grew up with no recollection whatever of ever having been in Oklahoma. Though his mother was a school teacher and his father a Methodist minister, Crockett never took to institutions, religious or secular, preferring instead, as he used to put it, to figure things out myself. He left home at the age of 18 and joined the Air Force to become a navigator and an officer. He was sent to the South Pacific, where he flew in 52 combat missions, concluding from the experience that war only proved what fools men are. When they told him he could become a captain before his 21st birthday if he stayed on, he asked if he had a choice. When they said yes, he resigned and came home. It was after his combat experiences that he began asking himself serious questions about life and its purpose. The influence of his father and mother had inspired a thirst for knowledge, yet he could not come to grips with accepting the word of others. While working at a variety of jobs, construction, bicycle repair, manual labor, he began reading novels, philosophical works, theology, books on Eastern religions, the Bible, Gurdjieff, anything he could get his hands on. Later, he would say that reading gave him a lot of data to work with, but that gaining knowledge came from doing, from integrating and accepting his own experiences. He found, too, that there were many experiences that simply couldn't be explained in normal ways. He used to tell the story of the day his brother pushed him out of a car while going down the highway. We were going about 70. As I was falling, time seemed to slow down. I could see the pavement and the rocks along the side of the highway. I pulled my arms in close to my body. My whole body seemed to be enclosed in a kind of cloud. A couple of times I stuck my hand out away from my body, but I pulled it back quick because it hurt when I stuck it out there. When I finally came to a stop in the gravel along the roadside, I'd skidded about 50 feet. Except for my hand, which had a gravel burn on it, I wasn't even scratched. Hell, I just stood up and dusted off my clothes. One of the biggest influences in Crockett's life was a man he met in Carlsbad in the early 50s, Dr. S.L. Bailey. Old Doc Bailey was the first man I met who could answer some of my questions. When I first met the doc, he was into what he called concept therapy and conceptology. He was working with a woman named Ruth Drown, who had developed the Drown radiotherapy, a method of measuring the energy flow in the body by taking pictures with this little box. The AMA saw the box and called it a fraud. So that's what the doc called it, the fraud. But it worked. It had all kinds of dials and it measured energy frequency in any part of the body. Like if you had too many positive electrons in a certain gland or in the bone marrow, you'd tune in on it. Then, by putting your hand on the electrode plate and turning the dial very slowly back and forth and keeping in touch with it, not too fast or too slow, the flow of electrons would either come to the body or go out of the body to give you the balance you needed. At the time I met the doc, I had a problem which stemmed from one leg being shorter than the other. Or at least that's what I'd been led to believe. Over the years it had gotten worse, till it hurt so bad at night that I couldn't sleep. And when I did sleep, I was so stiff in the morning I couldn't move. It got so I stayed awake all the time. I went all over creation trying to get help. To orthopedic surgeons, neurosurgeons, and even out to the Bradshaw Clinic. They took x-rays and said my body was calcifying, that the pictures showed I was turning into bone. Not long after that, I met the doc and ended up getting treated by him and his machine for the next 9 years, till my body and my mind were pretty well cleaned up. I saw the doc help a lot of people. A lot of people in all kinds of pain would come and restore the balance and take the pain away. He had a hell of a following. You could hardly get into his office, but there was such a crowd there. It seemed impossible, but to me it was a reality. I saw it work. But it wasn't the machine. It was the doc's way with people. He got them to agree to really want help and to set about it systematically. He was positive and he was truthful, and from him I learned to trust and know something of what I was. Then, one day, the old doc shook hands with me and said, "Well, I think I got you in good shape." I wondered what he was shaking hands for. Then about 2 hours later, some friends come and told me he just dropped dead. And I thought, well, hell, first time he shakes hands with me in 9 years, then he goes and dies. I didn't know what to make of that. After the death of Dr. Bailey, Crockett studied other disciplines, including Scientology, Theosophy, and the doctrine of Rosicrucians, utilizing precepts that he could use in his own life. But I was never willing to sell myself like most of them groups want you to do. I might agree to do certain things for a certain period of time, but when that time was up, I was on my way. In the late 60s, Crockett became interested in mining and got into a joint venture with a couple of friends. They traveled through the Southwest looking for gold, silver, copper, tungsten, titanium, and anything else that had a market value. Then, in March 1969, Crockett and a friend named Bob Berry came to Death Valley to explore the mining possibilities in a place they had been the previous summer and knew was rich in gold, Goler Canyon. There, he met Brooks Poston and Juanita. More than a year later, he described his feelings in an interview. "I'd never run into a stranger's situation. Talking to this kid disturbed me. He kept telling me about life and love, and that to be free, you had to submit to love. He talked about karma and psychic balance, and a lot of what he said was perfectly true and beautiful. It really intrigued me, but the words he spoke were not from him. They come out of him, but they were from another source, from a man he called Charlie. And I began to wonder where the kid was. Where was his personality? It seemed hard to believe that anybody could be that heavily programmed. He told me about the family, the girls, and about this Holocaust, this Armageddon that was going to happen. Helter-skelter. I got real interested. I wondered about this guy, Charlie, but mostly I liked Brooks and wanted to get him straightened out. It seemed like a good time to use the knowledge I had gained in a positive way. I'd only figured on staying in Goler Canyon a couple of weeks. I wound up staying 8 months. It seemed like I'd found another kind of gold worth mining. During dinner that first night, I laid out my rap on Helter Skelter, trying to convince Crockett what I felt to be the truth. That the shit was coming down. That we were on the verge of an all-out race war, and that the survivors would wind up in Death Valley with Charles Manson. Part of what I said was motivated by my belief in Charlie and Helter Skelter, but I also considered it a personal challenge to convince this old mountain goat, Crockett, in front of Brooks and Juanita, what the real score was. To me, Crockett was an adversary. I could see that he had all but succeeded in prying Brooks and Juanita away from the family, and everything we had worked so hard to achieve. Despite my own forebodings and misgivings, I had made an incredible inner investment in the family. My loyalty to Charlie wasn't dissolved. I felt I owed him a lot. He trusted me, depended on me. During the course of the meal, I held forth without pause. No one could get a word in edgewise, and it was good. I rattled it off like a well-rehearsed soliloquy while the others ate. Crockett listened, looking up at me from time to time and nodding his head. Then, at last, he finished his meal and pushed his plate away from him and lit a cigarette. "This is the way I see it," he said. "Helter Skelter is only coming down on you and Charlie, in your head. If you think Helter Skelter, well, that's what's gonna happen. If you put your attention on that, well, then that's what you'll get. For me, well, there ain't no such thing." With that, Crockett took out his cards and began to play solitaire. Later that night, Bob Barry returned from Las Vegas with supplies. Juanita greeted him warmly at the door, and after he had been introduced to Bo and me, she brought him a cup of coffee. He was about 30, 5'6", stocky and muscular. He had short dark hair and rather coarse features. He looked more like a cowboy than a miner, and, like Crockett, was not one to talk much. Whenever Juanita showed him affection in front of us, he'd blush and try to appear indifferent. He and Juanita were staying together in the bus, where Bob claimed they were on mountain lion watch. Brooks later explained that they spotted a few cougars around the ranch, and that Bob used this as a pretext to go up there and sleep with Juanita. For a conservative guy like Bob, running into a sexually liberated member of the Manson family, especially a gal like Juanita, whose appetites were voracious, was better than discovering gold. He hadn't finished his second cup of coffee when he said it was time for him and Juanita to go back on watch. The next day, I hiked with Brooks and Crockett into the high country above the ranch to dig some rock out of a gold mine they were working, called the Gold Dollar. I was still battling with Crockett in my mind and refused to work with them. While they dug, I sat on a promontory overlooking the Panamint Valley. But I could hear Crockett instructing Brooks on the techniques of digging rock. "No, not like that. I told you, sometimes you gotta talk to these rocks. You gotta talk them right out of here. It ain't how hard you hit it, it's the way you hit it. It's like a vibration, the right vibration. You tap in the right place, you talk to it, and it comes out. Comes out so the ore's not all busted up and destroyed. You pay attention and you get the feel. You'll work together with it, not against it. That night, Crockett asked me if I wanted to play some attention games with him and Brooks. We were all seated around the table after dinner. Bo and Juanita had gone with Bob Berry down to Ballarat. The ranch house was quiet, and the table was cleared except for an ashtray filled with Crockett's cigarette butts. Okay, now let's start out like this. When I tell you to put your attention on something, you do it. You really put all your attention on it. Then, when I tell you to take it off and put it someplace else, you take it off and put it on whatever I tell you. Got it? I nodded. Okay. Now look there at the doorknob. Focus on it. Put all your attention on it. Brooks and I gazed at the doorknob. Keep your mind on that. Only that. Moments later, Crockett told us to take our attention off the doorknob and put it on the ashtray. We did. Now put it off the ashtray and put it on the chair. After some 15 minutes, I interrupted him. What the hell kind of game is that? Attention game. You do it for hours and hours over a period of time, and it will build up your powers of concentration. It will rehabilitate a facility inside you that most people have forgotten how to use. A power. You see, most people know how to put their attention on things, but they don't know how to take it off. They don't know how to reject things. Your attention is a part of you. It's what you extend as a spirit. If you got it all stuck on different things, you don't have all your energy on you. But if you learn to take it off, you keep all your energy intact. It grounds you in the moment. It keeps you conscious. What Crockett said reminded me of Charlie's rap about coming to now. But Crockett made it more understandable. Had I not been so spaced out and open to such thoughts because of my experiences with Charlie and the family on LSD, I might have shut him out. People know how to accept, but not how to reject. To reject or take your attention off doesn't mean you have to dislike or put value on what you're rejecting. It means simply that you reject it. You take your attention off. Most people can't reject without disliking or evaluating what they reject. But if you dislike it, you really don't reject. Fact is, you might as well accept it, 'cause it's a part of you. We began playing the game again, and I really got into it. Before I knew it, 2 hours had gone by. I wanted to keep playing, but Crockett was tired. He took his pack of cards and went up to the bunkhouse to sleep. Brooks went with him, leaving me there to wait up for Bo. The next day, I was on Crockett like a tick, asking him all kinds of questions, then trying to answer them myself with what Charlie had told me. He listened and went about his work, digging rock, asking me to get out of his way, saying very little. I hiked all over the mountains that day, and I wound up carrying back a pack full of rocks. That night, while we high-graded the rocks, separated the ore from the waste, Crockett stated rapping about agreements. Everything that is, he said, is by agreement. It's the same as your attention. When you agree to something, you tie up your attention. And attention is spirit, the matrix of creation. People agree to things all the time. Implied agreements, all kinds of agreements. You say you'll be someplace at a certain time without really meaning it. You don't go, but you don't take down the agreement either. So that part of your energy is strung out, lost in that agreement. Had you rejected it outright, you would not lose the energy. But people wind up leaving their attention all buttered over creation. Through agreements. You get my drift? I nodded. Crockett was coming on pretty strong, yet what he said made a lot of sense to me. Though I didn't know it at the time, he was preparing me to see enough so that I might reject Charlie's trip. But as he spoke, it got even heavier. Look at it this way. We live in an electronic universe. Agreements are circuits made up of psychic energy. Circuits can short out or blow if you're not careful. But the power of agreements extends beyond that. Everything you see around you is a product of it. This table, this house, my body, your body. What holds all that in place is the force of agreement. You agree it's there, and so do I. In that sense, it's a reality. It's been made that way through millennia of time, through this process. Are you sure you never took LSD? I asked. He shook his head. You mean everything is by agreement? Charlie says everything is in your imagination. Yes, that's kind of how it is. But it's there because we agree to it. And it's been agreed to by the spirit of people for years. It's a legacy, an agreed upon reality, but there is another reality. When you look at it from that reality, an astral reality, everything is just tiny particles of light being held together by electromagnetic lines of force. You can't put your hand through a wall because you've agreed it's solid, and that is there. But on another level, you can put your hand through it. It is light. It is penetrable. But only on this higher level of reality, which is a truer reality. It's only because people have gotten so far away from the true reality over thousands of years that they find this hard to see. To see it, you have to overcome the power of agreement of millions of people and thousands of years. Many who have taken acid have had glimpses of this other reality Crockett spoke of. I knew I had, many times. Many times when solid objects would start moving and become transparent. Times when the normal way of seeing things suddenly lost its validity. Charlie had spoken of these things, but he had never explained them so that I understood. Often, when I had asked Charlie questions, he had answered by saying, "If you don't know, there's no telling you. You either know or you don't. If you ask a question, the answer is in the question. Therefore, you do know." I saw that line of reasoning as a strength in Charlie. Later, in retrospect, I viewed it as his way of copping out. For 3 days, I wandered around the mountains with Crockett and Brooks. Listening to Crockett had put me in a state of confusion. I knew I had to go back to the family. I had my obligations to Charlie. I found myself repeating his programs in my mind. Brooks asked me to stay with him and Crockett. He said Crockett would help us get our own musical scene together. He claimed Crockett, who never played music in his life, had taught him more about music than anyone else. Paradoxically, what drew me to Crockett was his indifference. He wasn't really trying to influence me or to convince me. He didn't tell me anything unless I asked him. What he did advise was not to believe anyone. Find out and know for yourself. If I wanted to play the attention games, I was welcome. If not, that was fine. Brooks, however, did urge me to stay. He wanted the company. His memory of Charlie and the family was not that short. The more people he got to agree with Crockett, the stronger that reality became too. Come on, Paul. I talked to Bo. She says she'll stay if you do. After just 2 days, I had begun to see Crockett's influence on Bo. It wasn't that he spent a lot of time with her, but when he was with her, she was completely focused and attentive. And he treated her with a sincere, a genuine human reverence, or, as he put it, like a lady. Ironically, Crockett was deeply imbued with a sense of manners and propriety where women were concerned. I think the beauty of women is about as close to the truth as a man can get, he once mused. His impact on her was overwhelming. She began smiling, and I realized when I saw her smile, Bo had the kind of smile that when you saw it, it felt like someone turned on a light inside you. That I hadn't seen her that happy since the first summer at Spawn's. One night after dinner, I went out on the porch and Bo followed me. Her hair was washed and coiled in a braid on top of her head. Her face seemed rounder and more childlike. I sat down and leaned against the wall of the ranch house, and she sat beside me. What are we gonna do, Paul? We gotta go to Spawn's. I don't think. The shit's coming down, Bo, damn it. We got to go back. I told Charlie we'd be back. I gotta return Danny's truck. Do you want to go back? No, but I got to. Why? 'Cause Helter Skelter is coming down. Chapter 17. The following morning at breakfast, I told Crockett we had to go back. I half expected him to ask me why, but he didn't. "When you leavin'?" was his animated response. He almost seemed glad. "After we eat." I glanced at Bo, and she looked down at her plate. Crockett asked me to pass him the sugar, then told Brooks to hurry so they could get to the mine before it got too hot. Bob and Juanita came in and sat down. "See any mountain lions last night?" Crockett quipped. "But I don't want to go," I blurted suddenly. "I like it here. I'd like to stay." "Then what's the problem?" Crockett wanted to know. "It's Charlie and the family. I could feel it in the pit of my stomach. I gotta go back, but I really don't want to." Crockett sipped at his coffee. Then he looked at me. "What kind of agreements you got with this man?" "Agreements? I don't have any agreements." As I spoke the words, it dawned on me what Crockett was driving at. What he'd been driving at for the past 3 days. I realized that I had all kinds of agreements with Charlie. I'd agreed to Helter Skelter, to spending the rest of my life, even eternity, with the family, to Charlie's philosophy, to all kinds of things. Crockett leaned back in his chair and rolled a cigarette from a can of Bugler. "Why don't you go down and ask Charlie to release you of all your agreements? Then you'll feel free to do something else." "Think he would?" "How the hell do I know? Ask him and find out." I watched as Crockett exhaled 2 streams of smoke through his nose. "I will," I said. "Ask him to release me," Brooks said. "Me too. Juanita chimed in. And me, Bo sputtered, setting down her cup. After breakfast, Crockett and Brooks walked Bo and me down to the mouth of the wash and helped us load the pickup with mining tools Crockett wanted dropped off in Ballarat. We climbed into the cab and fired up the engine. Hurry back, Paul, Brooks said. Yeah, Crockett said with a grin. I got a bunch more games we can play out here. It takes 10 hours to drive from Goler Wash to Spawn's Ranch. That's a lot of time to think. It sounded easy. Just ask Charlie to release you of all your agreements. But would he? What would he say? Just what agreements? Did it mean rejecting everything? Did I want to reject everything? Could I? Could Bo or Brooks or Juanita? Was Helter Skelter real, or was it all in Charlie's head? Was Crockett right? That if we put our attention on Helter Skelter, we would make it happen? Reject, release, take your attention away. It sounded good, but it wasn't simple. For more than a year, I'd been programmed to do the opposite, to relax and float downstream, to cease to resist, to submit, to be one with Charlie's love. The closer I got to LA, the more apprehensive I became. Bo slept most of the way, but woke up near Saugus to express her own apprehension, her fear of Charlie. I don't know if I can do it, Paul. How can we tell Charlie we want out? And if the shit comes down, what are we gonna do? By the time we drove into Spawn's, I had decided, not that I would leave Charlie, I was incapable of making that decision, but that I wanted the option to be able to leave if I so desired. In order to do that, I knew I'd have to do as Crockett suggested. Spawn's Ranch at night was generally quiet. The flies disappeared. So did the tourists. The Wranglers went home. Walking along the boardwalk, I sometimes had the feeling that the hillsides were closing in. If you stopped in one place and listened, you could hear the crickets, and intermittently, the horses would snort and raise a ruckus. With the lights on, the lights from George's house, the saloon, and tack room, the movie sets looked even more authentic. Living on a movie set, you develop a consciousness of acting. That's how I felt the night Bo and I drove onto the property, like an actor waiting in the wings to speak his lines. It was dark, probably around 9 p.m. when I parked Danny's pickup beside the corral and, seeing a light coming from the semi-trailer bed, walked over there with Bo. I could hear Charlie's voice as we approached. I glanced at Bo, then climbed the stairway, pulled down the flap, and went inside. Charlie was seated on a stool at the head of the trailer, facing me from behind a low table. A gooseneck lamp to his right illuminated his face. Nearly all the family was present and sat in front of the table and along the sides of the trailer on mattresses. In one corner behind Charlie was a mattress on which Pooh Bear and Zizos were sleeping. Charlie grinned and got to his feet as I entered with Bo right behind me. Hey, brother, welcome back. Hi, Bo. We greeted everyone and Charlie sat down, still smiling. How's things going at Barker's? Good. Brooks and Juanita? They're doing fine. I leaned against the side of the trailer with Bo beside me. Snake and Weesh sat directly in front of us. So are we, brother. Danny just delivered a whole shitload of dune buggy parts. Clem's bringing in a rebuilt engine for the big semi. We're ready now. Ready for Helter Skelter. Before Charlie could say another word, I broke in. I heard myself speaking, but it was as if I had no control over the words. Hey, I found out why we had all that trouble getting our shit up to Barker's ranch. Why we had them breakdowns and busts. Charlie gave me a quizzical look. There's this old prospector up there, a guy named Crockett, a far-out old dude, said he put up psychic gate across the canyon. No one can get in unless they have true love in their hearts. Charlie sniggered. Oh yeah, so what else is new? Not much, except I'd like to ask you something. I felt Bo flinch. Anything, brother. I'd like to be released of all my agreements. The eyes of the family turned on me. Me too, Bo said. Charlie's hesitation was only momentary. His eyes were hard on mine. Then he laughed. Agreements? Oh, sure, brother. I release you of all agreements. Brooks and Juanita, too, Bo declared, her voice barely audible. Sure, I release you. Ain't no agreements. As Charlie spoke, I felt all his attention directed on me, but he didn't break stride. He went right on talking about Helter Skelter and what was coming down, and that it wouldn't be much longer before we'd be going to the desert. It's hard to tell what Charlie was thinking, but what I said clearly disturbed him. He may have thought that I was testing him, and probably figured, rather than start a scene in front of the family, he would confront me later, which is what he did. Just minutes after the gathering in the trailer adjourned, Charlie came looking for me. I had left the trailer and walked down to the saloon to see if my BSA was still parked inside the door. I found it under a canvas tarp and wheeled it out on the boardwalk to check out the ignition switch. When Charlie knelt beside me and asked what I was up to, I told him I wanted to take the bike back to Barker's and use it to shuttle supplies up the canyon. Yeah, sure, Charlie said, dismissing my remarks. What's all this talk about agreements? Who's this guy, Crockett? Just a guy that's living up there with Brooks and Juanita. Him and a friend named Bob. They're mining gold up behind the ranch. I stood up, and Charlie stood beside me. What are they, pigs? No, Charlie. They've been filling your head with this agreement stuff. What's that supposed to mean? It just means I don't want to get hung up, man. I want to feel free to come and to... You are free. Anyone hanging on to you? Charlie's voice tightened. I don't see any chains on you. Look, brother, I'm the one guy who knows what free is and what isn't. We're all free here. We're not locked in the joint or in the heads of those straight piggy rat fuckers from Bel Air. We're free to lead the young love when the shit comes down. He flicked the hair from his eyes. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe we have been a little hung up, waiting around. But the time's coming. It's now, man. We're gonna have to show Blackie how to do it. Then we go to the desert. And there ain't no psychic gate that's gonna keep us out. Charlie rubbed his hand across his face. His eyes were bloodshot. He looked frazzled and wrung out. He said, Get some sleep, brother. That's a long drive. I got the BSA running, then grabbed a parachute out of the trailer and hiked up to the outlaw shacks. I'd no more than wrapped myself up inside the chute when I heard someone coming. Then a voice. Paul. Paul. There was Snake. Yeah, over here. I could see her figure silhouetted in the doorway as she stepped inside, then walked over to the corner of the room where I'd laid down. She lay beside me and I put my arm around her. You're leaving, aren't you? I guess so. Why? I'm not sure. I don't... But Helter Skelter is coming down. Yeah. Snake took off her dress and crawled inside the chute. Her body was cool and firm. She told me the scene was getting heavier, but that Charlie had said it wouldn't be long. She said, too, that she had missed me. I knew Charlie had sent her, but it didn't matter. What I had going with Snake didn't depend on Charlie. We made love and talked and listened to the crickets, holding on to Diane Lake. Her beauty, her innocence, was like holding on to all that was left of the family, wanting to keep it and preserve it, but not being able to. I slept only about 4 hours. By sunrise the next morning, I was riding my BSA through the Antelope Valley, bound for the Barker Ranch. It was July 11th, less than a month away from the Tate LaBianca murders. I arrived at Barker's late in the afternoon and slept all that night and most of the day. When I woke up and staggered into the living room around 5 p.m., Crockett was sitting at the table playing solitaire. Coffee in here, he muttered. Hot. I went into the kitchen and poured a cup, then walked in and sat down across from Crockett. Where's Brooks? Beats me. Crockett finished the game and grinned. Then he scooped up the cards, stacked them, and stuck them back in the box he kept in his shirt pocket. He lit a cigarette. Well, I told him what had happened with Charlie and that I wanted to stay at Barker's for a while. I told him I didn't know whether I was leaving the family for good, but that I wanted my freedom and I wanted to learn some things from him, maybe about mining, maybe about music. What can you do? He asked at last. What do you mean? What are you good at? I can hustle. You can what? Crockett squinted. I'm good at hustling things. I can get things. You mean stealing? Nah, I don't have to steal. Can you hustle some good food? We need supplies. That means driving to Vegas. Sure, no sweat. Good. You can take Stanley's truck. Who's Stanley? Bob Barry's brother. He loaned us his truck. It's down at the base of the wash. Green pickup? That's it. Crockett got up and fished inside his pants pocket. He pulled out some change and handed it to me. That's all the money I got. 29 cents? Gee, thanks. And no stealing. Just hustle. What about gas? Some gas drums in the back of the truck. Enough to get you there. Crockett handed me the keys and we walked to the front gate. I told Crockett I'd be back in a couple of days with all the food he could handle. Then I started down the canyon. I found the truck at the base of the wash and drove it to Ballarat. From there, I traveled by way of Shoshone, then cut across the Pahrump Valley to Vegas on the Blue Diamond Road, arriving late in the afternoon. Coming from Death Valley into Los Angeles is like leaving one dream to enter another, an oasis or nightmare, depending on your view. At night, from a distance, it seemed like one of civilization's crowning achievements. On closer inspection, it's nothing but a surrealistic mirage. By day, it looks like what it is, a string of casinos and motels flanked by rundown suburbs and a man-made lake. It has a border town ambience and enough vice to soak blood out of a turnip. A safe way to come to Vegas, and the many way people leave it, is the way I arrived. Broke. It was dark by the time I entered a casino on the Strip and cashed in my 29 cents for a quarter. With it, I played a slot machine and lost before adjourning to the parking lot to sleep in the pickup. I spent the next day hustling food. First, I hit the supermarket garbage bins and salvaged a few canned goods. There was some fruit and very ripe avocados, but without ice, they would never survive the trip back. And after that, I cleaned up in a restroom and began a door-to-door campaign soliciting donations in food for a needy group in the desert. I got all I could handle. By 11 a.m., my truck was loaded with vegetables, fruit, boxes of cereal, spices, and poultry. I had 3 live chickens, a rooster, 2 watermelons, and 2 dozen eggs. That afternoon, I drove to Shoshone, listening to the reports of the Chappaquiddick incident on the radio. The following morning, I gave a guy a chicken to fill my gas tank and headed for home. 4 hours later, I parked the truck at the base of the wash. After loading all the food I could carry in a makeshift backpack, I stuffed 2 chickens in my shirt and started up the gulch on my motorcycle, eager to show Crockett what I'd gotten and slightly vexed at myself for undertaking the project without some assistance. I was chugging at a good clip along the alluvial fan, my mind on Crockett and Charlie and all the changes that were coming down, when I hit a rock. The chicken squawked raucously as I flew ass over elbows and came down nose first on the rocks. Cursing, I got to my feet and began hobbling around to retrieve what I could. Boxes of dried food, cans, fruit, and a few eggs that had miraculously survived. I finally managed to corral the chickens, one of which was only half alive, and laboriously made my way up the wash on foot. Crockett and Brooks were on the porch when I got there, Brooks strumming the guitar, Crockett playing solitaire. Brooks came running down to meet me. "Hey, you okay?" "Yeah, take some of this shit, will ya?" Crockett greeted me with a bemused smile. "Did okay, huh?" "Yeah." I slumped to the porch and leaned against the wall, dumped my bike down there. Still some stuff in the truck. "I'll go down." Brooks grabbed a pack from inside the house and started toward the wash. "Hurt?" Crockett wanted to know. Yeah, I hurt," and I said sharply, clutching at my ribs. "Wanna fix it?" "What you got in mind?" I retorted sarcastically. "No game." "Shit." "Come on." Crockett got up and walked into the ranch house. I followed him. For the next half hour we played his game. He instructed me to sit across from him at the table. "Now, you just pick up a spot in the center of the room, an imaginary spot, and put all your attention on it. Got it?" I nodded. "Just concentrate on that spot. Good. Okay, now, where did it happen? The accident. Put your attention there. Visualize it. See it? I nodded. I could visualize the rock clearly. I saw the bike. Now come back to the center of the room. Again, I focused on the imaginary spot. Now, where did it happen? On that rock. Put your attention on that rock. Several minutes went by. Now, come back to the center of the room. Now, where did it happen? Each time I focused on the scene of the accident, I saw more. I re-experienced the pain as the bike twisted and I brushed the handlebars that came down on my ribs. I felt my face scrape the ground and the chicken beneath me. Now, come back to the center of the room. Again and again we repeated the exercise, and each time I saw more. Finally, Crockett said, "Well, where are you now?" "I'm at that rock." "Well, I told you to come back to the center of the room. Why don't you just leave that experience there and come on back here?" I looked at Crockett. Then I rubbed my hand across my ribs. I lifted up my shirt and checked my side. I felt no pain at all. There was only a small welt on my left shoulder. "When an accident happens," Crockett explained, "and pain comes on, you have a tendency to reject it, 'cause no one wants it. But once it's there, you can't really reject it. You have to experience it. It's like trying to unexperience something that already happened." As he said this, I remembered times on acid, during a bad trip, when I saw something I didn't want to see and tried to unsee it. It didn't work. So if that happened and you feel pain later, if you carry pain you didn't completely experience at the time, that pain is locked in your mind. So you got to go back and relive that pain in its proper time and place. Focus on it, so that you can leave it there where it belongs. It's just a way of making you conscious. The only reason you had the spill in the first place was most likely that you weren't there. Your head was someplace else. Maybe thinking about me up here in the shade, huh? It's 125 degrees today, you know. Crockett grinned. I picked up Brooks' guitar and went back out on the porch. Crockett's words on pain reminded me of what Charlie had said about fear. You have to accept your fears and experience them, so you can go beyond them. Lessons I had learned in the family were proof of that. Much of what I had experienced in the family prepared me for what Crockett was soon to teach me. But there was a difference between Charlie's teachings and those of Crockett. While Charlie asked that we accept and submit to his love, his will, without thinking, the assumption being that he was truth, Crockett demanded that we discover for ourselves what that truth was by being totally conscious. "Ain't nothing I can tell you. Only thing I can do is steer you in a good direction. In a good direction. It's your eyes and ears and attention that got to do the finding." Charlie asked that we submit to him. Be unconscious. Crockett, that we listen to ourselves and be conscious. What Charlie sought to create were extensions of himself. I am you and you are me. What Crockett encouraged was the opposite, the discovery of individuality. That night at dinner, I told Brooks and Crockett I was staying. A few days later, I headed back to Spawn's to pick up my belongings. I found the mood even more chaotic and foreboding. What had evolved into a bad dream was about to become a nightmare. Chapter 18. I arrived at Spawn's late in the afternoon and parked behind the tack room. It was hot and muggy. The Wranglers were just quitting for the day. I recognized Shorty and Randy with their backs to me, standing with Pearl by the corral. I waved, but Pearl didn't look up. I had an impulse to go down and say goodbye, but decided against it. Danny DiCarlo was sitting in front of the saloon, drinking a beer when I walked up. Weish squatted beside him, embroidering one of Charlie's shirts. "Now's the great American desert." Danny hoisted his beer in greeting. "Hot." "Hi, Weish." "I'll drink to that. Want one?" I shook my head. "Charlie around?" "Went to Malibu to pick up Bruce," Weish said cheerily. "Davis?" She nodded. "Where's he been?" "England, studying Scientology." She moved away from the door as I went inside. "What are you up to, Paul?" She called after me. "Just come to get my boots and drop off my buckskins." "Hey, DiCarlo!" I heard Bill Vance's voice from the semi-trailer. "You gonna lie on your butt all day, or you gonna give us a hand with this carburetor?" "Just like the fucking army, ain't it?" Danny muttered as I came out with my stuff. He drained the dregs of the beer, then picked up the rest of the six-pack and sauntered off toward the semi-trailer where Bill, Turk, and another mechanic were standing. Weish followed him. I tossed my gear into the back of Stanley's pickup, then trotted toward George's place. "Hi, Paul." I heard the voice and turned to see Sherry and Pooh Bear step out of a tent set up on the side of Dodie's old lean-to. Then Sadie, Snake, and Brenda appeared. They were all dressed in Levi's and wore buck knives strapped to their waists. I walked over and peeked inside the tent just as Charlie and Bruce Davis wheeled into the yard in the milk truck and parked at the side of the saloon. As they got out of the truck, Charlie said something to Bruce, and he walked off towards the corral. I went down to meet Charlie. As always, he greeted me warmly, putting his arm around my shoulder. "I'm glad you're back. Real glad." Charlie wore buckskins, motorcycle boots, and a hunting knife strapped to his left hip. "Man, you know you're breaking my heart. What's happening with us?" "Nothing. It's just I want to stay out at the ranch for a while." "With that guy Crockett?" "He's there." We walked along the boardwalk. "Do me a favor. Stay the night. Stay in the tent. Did you see how I got it all fixed up over there? It's real nice. Great place to make love. You can just stay in there, you know. Snake and Brenda are there. I got to... Hey, haven't I always given you everything I got? Everything. All I have is yours, man." Night glanced at the tent and saw Snake standing in the doorway. She waved. We walked over to Stanley's truck and Charlie leaned against it, his eyes on me. He sensed then, I think, that I was really leaving and might not come back. It must have been heavy for him. I'd been a mainstay, someone he could depend on. I reflected the flower child in him. Now I was checking out. Bruce Davis, it appeared, had already assumed my position as second in command. What about our music, man? What about Helter Skelter, the revolution? I'm still into the revolution, but this isn't how it used to be. All these other dudes, everyone's strung out all over the place. Where's the love? It just isn't the same. Charlie's voice was suddenly hard. No, it ain't, man. The shit's coming down. The love thing over here, it's Helter Skelter now. And don't you forget it. And when it happens, we're coming to the desert. All of us. Yeah, Charlie. I climbed into the truck. But with Crockett at Barker's, you can't get up there. Charlie's eyes flashed. Just watch me, brother. At that moment, I had no idea how dangerous a game I was playing. I swung the truck around and headed for the corral. That's when I spotted Juan Flynn leading a horse up from the creek. He called to me, and I stopped the truck. Dressed in a pair of Levi's, cowboy boots, and his battered straw hat, his powerful upper body delineated with sweat, Juan cut an awesome figure in the afternoon sunlight as he approached the truck. Where have you been, Paul? Barker's. For good, huh? I don't know. The scene here's getting freaky. The expression on Juan's face acknowledged his agreement. Hey, Bo and Stephanie left too. TJ has gone. Karate Dave. Last week some black dudes come here looking for Charlie. He says he's gonna cut them up. When you coming to the desert? Maybe soon. I have to work here. Guy out there I want you to meet. Juan stepped away from the truck, and I headed for the highway, shouting to Shorty as I passed the corral. He waved his hat. It was the last time I was to see Shorty Shea. As I reached the Santa Susana Pass Road, I switched on the radio to find some music. I don't remember the exact date, but it had to be around the 25th or 26th of July, approximately 1 week before Charlie sent Bobby, Sadie, and Mary to Topanga Canyon to murder Gary Hinman. By then, I was beginning to consider Crockett a man I could learn a great deal from. Also, unconsciously, I was priming Charlie for a confrontation with Crockett. By lauding Crockett's powers, I was building my own strength. My direction, however, was by no means certain. It was more like drifting out of one orbit into another, being drawn half willingly, half unwillingly. I saw the potential for growth through Crockett's games of attention and consciousness. I had seen it work following my spill on the motorcycle. Afterward, I had told Crockett, I want to learn how to do that. I want to learn the laws of healing. Can you teach me? But he had not committed himself. He had said only that it takes time. We had made no agreements. He knew that my ties to Charlie were deep, that it would take a long time to free myself from them. Part of what drew me to Crockett was that he did not press me. Unlike Charlie, whose ego demanded that he be the center of attention, always talking, selling his rap, Crockett felt no such need. His powers were silent and unspoken, like those of the desert. For the next 2 weeks, Crockett, Brooks, and I were together constantly. We rose early, hiked up to the mines, and worked several hours before trudging back with backpacks loaded with rock. Later, with mortar and pestle, we crushed the rock, separating the gold from the quartz base. This physical labor worked wonders on us. Within a relatively short time, we were lugging out 60 and 70 pounds on our backs while scaling some of the steepest and most treacherous mountains in the Panamints. That kind of work and danger, one false step and it's 250 feet into oblivion, forces you to concentrate, to be there, to come to now. Everything we did, Crockett did with us. His body seemed indefatigable. It vexed me to see a man I considered old bounding up and down those trails without effort while I was exhausted. We planted more vegetables. Tomatoes, lettuce, squash, melons, onions, carrots, beans. We rebuilt fences, refurbished the bunkhouse, and laid a new floor in the kitchen. In the evenings, we played concentration games for hours, learning to be silent, yet in full communication with each other. Gradually, my senses revitalized. I found myself aware of sounds and smells and changes in air currents. We could hear people coming through the canyon. Long before they reached the base of the wash, there were many occasions when Brooks and Crockett and I would look at each other simultaneously, acknowledging that we heard Bob and Juanita driving back from Ballarat hours before their arrival. The desert lends itself to psychic phenomena. You become aware of plants, rocks, mountain peaks, lizards, insects. With everything so open and delineated, it's as though each entity is given its own special place in the cosmos to be, and you begin to respect that place, that organism, and the vibrations it contributes to the whole of the surroundings. At no time did we smoke dope or use drugs of any kind. I began to understand how Crockett could put up a psychic barrier on the entrance to Goler Canyon. Once, when I asked him about it, he said, "Well, we have created a beautiful place here. A good life. We don't want no one coming in here to mess it up. Unless people come with true love in their hearts, well, it don't make any sense us having anything to do with them." When Brooks asked Crockett what love was, he said, "Love is just allowing someone to be, the granting of beingness." Crockett wasn't a musician, but he agreed to help Brooks and me with our music. He said it was important we had a goal, and that music was a good one. The only instrument we had with us at the time was Brooks's guitar, and it only had 4 strings. So I cut a piece of bamboo and made a flute and taught myself to play it. In the evenings, we sat outside on the porch and played. Crockett told us to project our music to the surroundings. "Play to them rocks up there. Play to the trees. Project your sounds to what you see around you so they can feel it too. Sounds are just vibrations of feeling, and if you give them spontaneously and consciously, well, then I don't see why you can't make beautiful music. There ain't no formulas for music, no set ways." When Crockett said about music was very much like what Charlie taught us. To improve and be loose, to tune with the flow of energy, and just use the instrument to project it. But Crockett said more. The rhythm of life, he insisted, can be understood in terms of cosmic octaves and laws of 7. The scale. All life is conditioned in action. It's no accident, you know, that the word do is the same as the first note of the musical scale, do. The scale begins with do and ends with do. And that, you see, as the very pulse of life. Like they say, the beat just goes on. When you play music consciously with that kind of awareness, you realize what power it really has. It's like them walls of Jericho. Music brought them right to the ground. Music can bring down a lot of walls. It's the harmony you make when you mine ore out of the mountains. That clear precision of sound that lets you inside the mystery. You hit that pig just right, and the sound takes you right up the musical scale to the jackpot. One evening, around 6:30, I was by myself on the porch. We're up at the mine, and Juanita and Bob were in the bus. I was playing my flute, trying to project the sound across the garden and beyond it to the fig trees. I was completely absorbed in the sounds and the touch of my fingers on the stops. But I noticed a lizard at the far end of the porch, basking in the last of the sunlight. And after a time, he crawled over to me and just stayed there by my leg while I played. A little while later, he crawled up on my leg, just tilting his head from time to time. Finally, he crawled up my arm and across my hand, and out onto the flute, looking into the holes, curious, I guess, as to where those sounds were coming from. It was only when I moved my hand and started laughing that he shot down my arm and dropped to the floor before crawling through a crack in the porch. Sometime around August 3rd, Stanley Barry, Bob's brother, drove up to the ranch to tell us he'd located a good mining prospect in the Magillian Mountains at northern Arizona, and that we should go down there and check it out. We talked it over one evening during dinner and decided to make the trip. Stanley left the next morning, saying he'd meet us in Kingman at his brother Tom's place and that we could start from there. We left 2 days later. We stopped in Las Vegas to buy supplies and a few mining tools. Bob drove while Juanita and Crockett sat with him up front. Brooks and I rode him back. The drive from Vegas past Lake Mead is a scenic one. And after days of hard work, Brooks and I were enjoying it. We sat on a mattress with our backs against the cab of the truck, discussing the prospects of a meeting between Charlie and Crockett. I asked Brooks if he thought Charlie and Crockett would get along. He shrugged. I doubt it, but I'd sure like to see them together. I think Big Paul would blow Charlie's mind. Charlie says he's coming. Yeah, when Helter Skelter comes down, he'll be trying. Think Crockett will ever agree to that? Told me he wants to meet Charlie sometime. Charlie might blow Crockett's mind. Yeah. At that moment, both Brooks and I turned around to see Crockett looking at us through the rear window. He had a big grin on his face. For the next week, we waited for Stanley. While Brooks and I roamed around Kingman, Crockett stuck pretty close to Tom's, reading and playing solitaire. But he was getting angry. By the end of the week, he was arguing with Bob. Don't your brother know what a telephone is? He'll be here, Bob said. We'll wait one more day. I said he'll be here. After tomorrow, I won't. On Saturday, August 9th, 1969, while Brooks, Crockett, Juanita, and I drank iced tea and watched a late TV report on the Apollo 11 first moon landing, which had taken place the week before. Tex Watson, Susan Atkins, Patricia Krenwinkel, and Linda Kasabian paid a visit to 10,050 Cielo Drive in Bel Air to do a job for Charlie. The following morning at breakfast, we saw another news broadcast describing the slaughter of 5 people and an unborn child. Crockett was seated at the table across from me, sipping his coffee. Brooks was to his left, and Bob and Juanita were still in bed. The newscaster had finished his brief report, closing with a remark about how bloody the murders had been, and that Roman Polanski, the husband of Sharon Tate, had not been available for comment. Crockett lit a cigarette and looked at me, exhaling as he did so. Wouldn't it be something if old Charlie did that? I looked at Brooks, who was wiping egg from his platter with a piece of toast. Nah, he said. No way. But Crockett's crack bothered me. Impulse to him was to call him on it. Where did he get off saying a thing like that? He didn't know Charlie. He didn't know the family. He was just a wise-ass miner with a big mouth and a lot of games. Yet, when he said it, a chill ran through my body. What's the matter, Paul? Crockett asked. Nothing, except you got a rotten sense of humor. In retrospect, I see my reaction to Crockett's remark as an expression of my own uncertainty. Had I truly believed it impossible, I would have forgotten it at once and regarded it, as Brooks said, as a bad joke. Yet, in some respects, Crockett was indirectly attacking me. Since Charlie and the family were one, any comment regarding Charlie was applicable to us. If Charlie's trip had become murder, which I wouldn't consciously allow myself to believe, despite his talk about showing Blackie, then all of us were in some sense a part of it. Months later, I would ask Crockett about the remark. He said he remembered making it, but that he hadn't really thought it was true. It's just that sometimes something comes into your head, and you say it, and it don't make any sense, and you don't really believe it, but you still say it. It's kind of an impulse. I found that sometimes them impulses are right, and sometimes they're not. But I like to give 'em a chance. Fact is, I never thought of old Charlie as a murderer until I finally come up to him face to face. The next day, when Stanley failed to show, we loaded the truck. Bob got angry and said he and Juanita were going back to Barker's to get their stuff and split. Crockett said that was a fine idea. In Vegas, we bought a newspaper. That's when we read about the LaBianca murders. According to the article, the police did not believe the Tate and LaBianca murders were related. The article said further that a suspect for the Tate murders was in custody. They did not say that on the door of the refrigerator in Lino LaBianca's house 2 words had been written in blood. Helter Skelter. From Vegas, we drove across the Pahrump Valley into. Bob stopped so that Juanita could buy some cigarettes. Then we filled up with gas and headed north. We weren't 20 miles out of town when a sheriff's patrol car screamed down upon us and nearly ran Bob off the road. 2 khaki-clad officers leapt out of the car with shotguns. Moments later, we were all lined up along the roadside with our hands up. The shorter, stockier cop waved a shotgun at us. He looked like a madman. Don't any of you move, by Jesus, or I'll blow your goddamn heads off.